All right, I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Select Board on Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022 at 6 p.m. Our first order is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You. All right. Nothing on the local liquor control board. Order of agenda. Any changes from anybody? Looks pretty good. Last time we gave a certain amount of public comment with the idea that if we got too far behind, we might table it and bring it up at the end. So I think that's a fairly efficient way to run the meeting. So if we go too far over the time, maybe we'll do that. But as our first order of business tonight would be public comment. We'll start with people in the room, and then we will go to people who are on Zoom. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the microphone, identify yourself and your town or village of residence. Please refer to the select board as a whole, not individual select board members. And no personal attacks. Yes, sir. Whoever gets up there first can start.
Good evening, Todd Campbell, White River Junction. I was watching the select board meeting from last time, I think, and Joe Major spoke about the need for roads and infrastructure in town. And it occurred to me, it was almost exactly 1 year ago that I was here talking about Gate Street. And Joe promised regular updates on that a year ago. And I was wondering if there were any.
I would defer to the town manager. I believe we put some money in the this year's budget, right, to do a survey. Is that?
We have about $100,000 for design for that. One of the things you all need to decide as we're seeing is if we contract with design, we need to have some sort of indication on a priority for construction. So we're going to do a CIP workshop on the 13th of September. And that's something that we all need to talk about because to design and then let sit or to engineer and let sit means that those engineering drawings within a couple of years are no longer timely and we have to do extra work and spend extra money. So that's something that you all have to think about. You know, the summer is nearing an end. So we'll see what the spring brings in terms of decisions for you all in terms of that as a priority of infrastructure and where that engineering can best be used.
Okay. Todd, do you have any other
So what happened in the last year? If there's been no, if we're just now thinking about possibly doing an engineering study.
Right. Okay.
I mean, my understanding is that in the 23 fiscal budget, which just started July 1st, is where the funds were allocated for the next phase of it. And I will tell you in my budget priority notes, that is among them. And so I think, you know, the reports that we had previously were several years old already. I mean, basically it's a restart, but I think, I mean, I'm not sure if this was, must be, if Joe was still on there, it was before this current sitting board, but I think there's probably general consensus that it will need to go to bond, you know, it will need to go on the ballot for March. And I think the hope is that we could at least have the design portion complete in time to ask the voters if they want to pay for it. Would that be realistic?
If you all make decisions in mid-January or mid-September about where we want to go forward, it's in theory possible. I don't know what the general temperament is on our engineering firms having room for this priority. So I can't speak to the private industry right now.
Okay. Well, it's a priority for this.
Yeah, I mean, that's consistent with what I heard a year ago.
Yeah.
So
Hold
I
on
was
a
just
second.
with voting on it in March, it seemed like the work would have been done to have it ready in March, which was my concern. And if we haven't started it, we're unsure if we can get a quote or a bid. It seems like we may be a little too late on that to get it done this year.
I mean, I think, I remember we were asking about it, if it was too late to get it on the March 2022 ballot, and that seemed clear that it was too late to do that. I would hope that it is not too late. I mean, personally, as an individual member of the board, I will do my best to try to make sure that keeps on the radar.
And is any of the funding that's been discussed eligible to defray the cost? I've heard the ARPA thing mentioned. I don't know anything about it. So I was wondering if that was an option.
Have you filled out the ARPA survey?
I don't think there are a
I
lot
think
of
the short answer is
restrictions on the
theoretically,
funds.
yes.
Excuse me?
Theoretically, it is available. ARPA funds could theoretically be applied to a project like this, right?
Okay. Lenny,
But Mike answered.
no, it's fine. Do
Oh, I'm sorry.
you have a comment, Lenny?
No, just
No, okay.
when you deal with it.
And just, there is on September 20th, there is another community session for ARPA funding to get, I don't know if it's the last, but one last round of input from the community. And then we have to prioritize the currently like 2.8 million that we have available. There may be more available. There may be some of the, it's not Build Back Better. What's the other?
Infrastructure and
So
jobs.
there may be other funds as well, but if we wait until that, then we will miss the ballot for sure.
Thank you, Todd. Roger?
Sure. This is the question directed to the town manager regarding that comment. Is it possible, like, what would be necessary for us to gauge the temperature from engineering firms in terms of where this could be prioritized?
So like any professional organization, there's a couple of things to consider. One, there aren't that many engineering firms in the Upper Valley, right? And even if we expand regionally into New England, there is a lot of funding pouring into the community for infrastructure projects. What I'm hearing is that those casual asks that might have been okay 4 years ago, they're not replying to those casual asks. They have plenty of business and plenty of formal RFPs to actually look at and gauge the interest of their firm. I know we've talked about this, but Public Works is using their personal professional connections and history with vendors to get them to call them back. So in terms of if that would be worth our time, we probably would get ghosted.
So just in terms of, because I'm fairly new to this Gate Street conversation, it's not one we've had extensively during my tenure so far, but I do know that it's something that a few citizens have brought up, both to the board and to myself. So in terms of between this moment today and the consideration of ARPA and also getting it on ballot for March, what would be some tangible, like what would be the sensible, tangible next steps for a citizen or for a select board member to help support that process?
If you all decide that this is a priority capital project, when we do that workshop in September, and this is somewhere where you want to put the town's time and energy and possible bond capacity in, then the next step would be to submit that formal RFP, get that all wound up, and see about an engineering firm to come in and tell us exactly what would need to happen and a ballpark on cost on that.
Okay.
And that, depending on the economic temperature of the time, that 100,000 that we booked for FY23 could or could not be sufficient. Again, we have lots of money pouring into the region. Contracting firms are very much willing to take advantage of that and have increased prices considerably.
So it's just a matter of the select board expressing a consensus, a consensus of will to support the investigation of that through a formal RFP process.
I would also strongly recommend that we have the chance to look at the entirety of the town and the entirety of the capital projects before we commit to a bond on one project, because we're going to need to think through all of the different capital projects that may be coming, because bonds are like credit cards. Remember, if you only have so much on your credit limit before you end up having no more credit to spend. So
Sure.
we need to think about what we want to put on our credit card, so to speak.
So in terms of any citizens that are particularly interested in this project specifically, obviously our role is to consider the whole pie, but for any citizens that are particularly interested in this project, their best next steps would just be to be making that known to us as select board members, and then for us to take that into consideration for the capital improvement project.
Correct.
List. Okay, great. Thank you.
Is there more public comment? Todd, you have a follow-up? Then we'll get to.
Todd Campbell, White River Junction. I thought this happened a year ago, that there was a motion made that we had a question about should Gate Street be one-way, two-way, sidewalks.
I remember that. I
The whole
think
thing went down.
wasn't there a motion
So
on
I
whether,
don't know why the RFP wasn't already started.
I think it was a question of what did we want, right? The scope of the project to look like.
So that was
it
a general
two-way or a one-way?
That was a general scope of the project. And then you all allocated $100,000 to actually engineer that scope. Unfortunately, with what happened in the spring in terms of inflation, we couldn't reallocate funds to that project until we actually opened up this fiscal year. Things just simply got too expensive, and we needed to complete staffing and supplies. So now we have fiscal year 23, and then we do have that 100,000, but we need to hear from you all now that we continue to see inflation, supply chain, capital projects, and then all of the different funding opportunities. Is this a priority for the board, or is there something else out there that you feel is a bigger priority for the town as a whole?
So was that 100,000 then set aside by previous select board
By the last year's select board, it was in the budget.
with the intent of exploring Gate Street through an
Yep.
RFP process?
Yeah.
So would it make sense then that would be an action in through town manager's office, or is that something that now we're reconsidering as a select board?
I hope the funds can.
I think the response to that is what Tracy said is what's not reasonable is to
Yeah.
get the engineering done and have it sit for a couple of years. So what we do need to do as an exercise is prioritize the capital improvement list that we have, which includes the Gate Street project. And basically make sure that that whatever we have for debt capacity isn't going to be exceeded by the things that come before it. I think, yeah, we have to, that has to be consensus that is a priority in the capital improvements.
That makes
And
sense.
we're looking at the
Enough.
capital improvements in September in a meeting. So
So
this will
may-
come up again, Todd, if you want to come in and hold our feet to the fire. Yeah, that sounds good. All right, further public comment? Yes, come on up.
Good evening, you guys. Tim Ferriel, White River Junction, Vermont. And I just want to, I kind of came down to provide a couple thoughts about the process you guys go through. I have been watching your meetings the last couple of months, and I know you have a lot of layers and challenges ahead of you. It's a tough job. I'm of the opinion that there's kind of a lot of worlds colliding here in the public sector, private sector, money, what communities are asking you to do, how you're going to fund it. I just think it's a very complex model, and I'm coming here tonight partly to speak to this concept of community development and vitality. And I'm of the opinion that communities that find the magic sweet spot, if you will, are able to put this sort of cocktail of public and private kind of partnerships almost together in a way that really works for the town. And I think there are many examples in Hartford where that has worked, where Hartford has supported private investment and their trust and respect in the community. A lot of money has come here to build businesses, build infrastructure, build buildings, and create vitality. However, I sometimes continue to believe that in the public sector, we don't do great work in supporting private investment. My background is in primarily commercial real estate management and development. I've done a lot of projects on both sides of the river. I love this town. I think we have incredible potential, but I think sometimes we miss the mark on making decisions in your seats, which are tough seats to sit in, around these types of decisions. Like, where do we spend money? What's a good decision for your $7 million budget or 6.5 or whatever it is now? I sat on the $32 million seat of the school board, and that was brutal and difficult to make decisions. So what I'm trying to say is maybe you guys would benefit by a sort of different processes to develop budgets, develop decisions that lead you to better outcomes. And I'll just give you one example, kind of a personal example of the other night. My wife and I wanted to go out to dinner. And again, I love White River. I support White River. I put a ton of money in White River, both time in my professional career and money. But we wanted to go out to dinner. There's nowhere open on Sunday night. Obviously, right now we have the downtown bust up infrastructure thing, which is understandable. But we kind of used to joke, some of us among my peers, that White River's closed Sundays and Mondays, which it kind of is. We wanted to go out to eat. We went to Lebanon. Now, Lebanon's not the poster child. They have problems too, but I went over to Lebanon. They have 2 restaurants that the community has supported, creating outdoor space for them. They have flowers, they have new kiosk, they have water fountains going. And when you go there as a person to spend your money and make those investments, it's pretty nice, you know, a lot of vitality, people running around, having dinner. And I'm only citing that because for many, many years, I've been in now town 15 years, fighting the good fight of doing nice things so people want to be in your community. They want to be part of your community. And I think that sometimes as you banter back and forth about these little details, that's the big picture. The big picture is allowing people to go down into town or go to Queechee or go into this community and have super positive experiences. And I have found many, many times not feeling support from departments, from people in leadership positions. When I inquire about like, hey, what about the weeds? What about the rust? What about the broken this? What about this? And don't hear from them. And I again came here tonight not to complain because I love this community, but to emphasize that when you guys make decisions, these are investments in the community for the long term. It's legacy investments that when all of us are gone, our children and their children will have a better and nicer community. And I encourage you to sort of strive for that vitality and that positive energy in the people that work for the town and in the community at large. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any more comment in the room? Is there anyone on Zoom?
There is.
Okay.
Mr. Jim?
Yes, Lanny.
Can I follow up to Mr. Ferriel?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tim, you step up again, please?
Step up to the mic.
Yeah, please. So I appreciate what you have to say. Lebanon, of course, is different than Hartford. Lebanon has a downtown mall that's close to traffic. They also have the opportunity of plenty of parking downtown in around the bullpen and around the backside of the Court City Hall down there. But what would be your solution to something of the nature that you're referring to? What would you like to see as a citizen of Hartford?
Well, it's a whole long-term blend of, you know, and to be honest with you, like if you do the history of Lebanon, the mall was a failure. Like when they had a fire in 68, that Lebanon Mall conceived project actually was kind of a disaster, and it actually hurt the town for a long period of time. And finally they were able to turn around with different people coming into town, Three Tomatoes, Salt Hill, like, you know, some of these like energy fields, if you will. But it's a matter of both the combination of the aesthetics and the amenities of a downtown on what businesses really want and look for. And some of these gestures are pretty small. Flowers, green space, benches, nice lighting. You know, these are things that I have seen in planning reports from outside consultants saying, White River is too, and I love White River. I don't want to compare because it's very different dynamic between Lebanon and what we have as our base amenities. But at the end of the day, you always have to kind of work towards the positive, work towards like the streetscape that is inviting to people, that has parking that is safe and accessible. And I personally think that we've been talking about parking in this town for a long time. We've got to get our act together. Like we got to figure out a way to make, even if it's a double decker behind the Legion or whatever, like we can do this work. There are ways to do it. Claremont has done it. So like there's a book out that I highly recommend you reading called Our Towns. It's about a couple that has traveled to something like 30 towns in America and identified like these amenities and things that have happened magically that have made the town a better place. And if you read it, you'll say like, wow, okay, like I kind of get it, like combination of.
I appreciate that. One of the things that I'm sure you've seen downtown is we did do the improvements on South Main Street. We're working on improvements on North Main Street, and we're going to be improving the parking lot behind the VFW. It's a two-phase project there. So these improvements that you're mentioning, a lot of them are happening in the downtown area. So there is going to be more spruced up space down there. I believe part of the project is to get some green space. Am I correct? In the
Yeah, and additional, the sidewalks are being reconfigured in a
so-
way to allow just banners or
Yeah.
flowers or sidewalk tables for Ava's ice cream,
So
things of
everything
those
is,
nature.
everything you mentioned is, or not everything, but we are striving towards that with the improvements that are being made in the downtown region. So I really appreciate your comments.
I have a follow-up question for you, actually, which is when you've watched in on our select board meetings, do you have specific constructive feedback for us as a board when you talk about processes, about things that we could do better beyond this abstract idea of thinking about long-term vitality, but actual processes that we can improve on?
I think any board benefits dramatically by doing strategic retreat planning. And because you tend to get buried into the weeds and the micro and not keep a perspective on how you can work together in a way that provides positive outcomes. So I am a strong advocate for you guys doing strategic retreats that really talk about the bird's eye, the big stuff. You know, if you think about what the school board did and migrated towards is a little more of a hands-off model on the day-to-day details and a little more of like a strategic vision of like what you should be touching and being concerned about and not concerned about. So like, you know, my broader opinion on that in terms of leadership and how you guys could be more effective would be to do a retreat and really hone in on what's your task, what's your role on a broad bird's eye basis and kind of get out of the weeds and get out of the details.
Thank you, Tim. We have someone on Zoom, I believe.
Yep.
Oh.
Marie, if you're there, come on over.
Hi, all. Good evening. Just a couple of notes. First, I wanted to check in on the streetlights.
Can you say your name and where you live, please?
Marie Alvin, White River.
Okay, go ahead, Marie.
I wanted just a couple of comments, okay? On what Kim had said about this money and all that. I don't follow it that closely, but for me, excuse me, I am a list person. I'm actually a listaholic. I heard the word the other day, and I feel that's how I am. And I guess the first thing I would be doing is having a list of what, so everybody can sort of look, what are the goals here and how is this money going to be spent? You know, we're going to do the part, blah, 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 and how much is it going to cost? You know, I got a little spreadsheet there, and over on the end, what you got to do to get it done. That's just a recommendation. And to reflect on what Tim said, the way I see it, not that I've been involved with this stuff very long, 9 months actually, there's really no vision. It just seems like everything is, yeah, let's do this, let's do that. But you know, I think what Tim was kind of saying is like the strategic plan. And if you have a vision, you can get to the plan. And I just kind of don't see that either. And I just wanted to double check about the streetlights.
Thank you, Marie. Do we have any update on the streetlights, Tracy?
All of Public Works' attention has been down in that sinkhole on North Main Street. So we've had to triage that until we actually figure out where that hole is, where it's going, and what we're going to do to stop it. So that's been their focus.
Yep. So it sounds like, Marie, there's, the water
Well,
main took
if I
over
may,
the.
if
Yeah,
I may,
sure.
thank you. If I may comment on that, I think it basically takes a phone call to say, let's get the streetlights on Demers Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Lanny?
Yeah, Marie, I gotta back up the town manager on this. I mean, I understand that streetlights are important to our public safety, but we have very high priorities downtown with the sinkhole that we have, and that's our main focus of attention. Until we can get that squared away, that's the needs of our public works department right now. So I'm going to support Tracy on this.
I obviously that is true. Is it on the list? And I think it's sitting in Tracy's hands, and she's gonna make a call, okay? So after she makes the call, then the Public Works will have it on their list to do when they have someone available.
Well, they may very well have it on their list, Marie. It's just they are.
I don't know if they do,
They've got other.
because she hasn't made the call. Thank you. I don't want to get into it.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you. I'll
Yeah,
check in next time.
It's not fair.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Tim Sidor, Executive Suite LLC, based in Lebanon, New Hampshire, but we do quite a bit of business here in White River Junction. Here to speak today about property tax assessment and specific to our new 132 South Main Street building.
Well, sorry, Tim, to interrupt, but because we do have assessment on the agenda, do you want to wait, talk about it when we have Joe Turner here to present the assessor? Or, I mean, it's
Probably makes some sense. I mean, if you'd like to ask any questions of the assessor.
This also is under legal review. We do have our counsel on this, so I just want to urge all 7 of you to exercise caution in that this is moved on from just, if you respond, please exercise caution. We do have this as part of a legal review right now. So
just like it's normal practice that if the public comment is for things that are not on the agenda, but if yours is not directly related to the agenda item, then go right ahead.
Yeah, ours is specific to our property. It's to a larger issue, but in this case, it's very specific to this property. I'm sure many of you are familiar with our new building at 132 South Main Street, the 5-story apartment building. When we were in the planning stages, going back to late 2018, early 2019, into early 2020, among the zillions of things I had to do, one was develop a pro forma budget. One of the aspects of that is property taxes. As I had on other projects, met with at the time, the tax assessor at the time, and reviewed information and came up with what we believed was a reasonable range where our property taxes should be, with a lot of caveats, but it gave us a point to get started. Pandemics aside, we built the building. We're very fortunate that people seem to like it, and it's been successful. We're very proud of it. As we were wrapping up construction, spring of 2021, I was contacted by the now current assessor to discuss where we would go with the property tax assessment. When a building is under construction, things obviously change from what had been before, which was a vacant parking lot. And we hashed out a number based on the what's called the cost method in appraisal and assessing, based on the percent completion of the building. And again, it was consistent with what we had expected based on our prior dealings with the town. Over the next several months, starting this fall, things changed, and we never really understood why. There was a change in methodology. How the assessment was computed, there was different sources of information. Oh, it's based on the last year that there was a townwide reassessment 2017, but it's not really based on 2017 numbers. Without getting too far into the weeds, we've provided hundreds of pages of data, real time from the project that we did then, looking at other properties in town. And we have some real concerns, how everything has happened since then. Every time we provided information and data, things changed. It was like the goalposts were moved. And we're trying to figure out, why did Hartford do this? And I asked that because what's happened since then is chilling. We received a tax assessment that was well over $100,000 more than we expected. We felt that we were misled and deceived. We've tried in good faith now for over a year, through quantitative points to qualitative points, to work through and find an amicable, reasonable solution that's fair to the town, but also fair to us as the taxpayer. And nothing has quite worked. We've been stymied at every level. Most recently, there is an inventory form that is sent via state statute where you list income and expense information. Mind you, this is a brand new building that we didn't have a full year of information. And we've been providing data back and forth with the assessor all along for months. The assessor in February mailed that letter to our old office. It was, which was vacant at that point. It's under construction as an apartment in Lebanon. We never received it and never heard anything about it again until it was told to wait until late spring, early summer, when the new brand list came out. And by that time, found out it was too late to even have a grievance hearing. Nevertheless, at a significant expense to us with our attorneys, we put together a grievance application packet, had it here before the deadline, and it was refused. As Tracy indicated, we are now unfortunately, lawyered up, as they say.
If this is a legal matter, is there something that you want from us to do to consider, or do you just want us to know that you're not satisfied with the process that happened?
That's what I'm
my
getting to.
question.
We do definitely want you to be aware of our unhappiness and the stress and impact this has caused on us, and our desire and want to continue doing business in Hartford. We love Hartford and White River Junction. Mike and our company have spent since the mid-'80s redeveloping White River Junction. We're very proud of everything that we've done and that others have done. But as I said, this is chilling. And
Mr. Chairman.
we don't understand why.
Mr. Shador, let me just interrupt you a second. You're over the 5 minutes, but also I'd like to say that we do have a Board of Abatement in the town of Hartford, and something like this is actually supposed to come before the Board of Abatement if you have a grievance with taxes.
You mean the BCA?
Yeah.
If I can wrap
Yeah.
up, I'll address that.
But this board is not really the one that be doing that. So, yeah, I
I think you
agree.
should wrap it up.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
agree.
If you can.
Yeah, this is a BCA thing,
process-
not a select board thing.
The process requires us to have a grievance hearing with the assessor, a 15-minute grievance hearing, before you can appear before the BCA. We have been denied that.
That's between our legal team.
Yeah, this is, I think I'm
This
getting a
is-
little uncomfortable
Yeah.
with where this is going for a number of reasons. If your grievance was refused, you can appeal. I mean, I'm sure you have appeal rights. It sounds like this is currently a legal matter.
The only way we can
And we shouldn't
appeal
do it.
is through attorneys and courts, and it's going to get very expensive for everyone. We're trying to avoid that.
Just encourage you to continue the path you have. That's the only recourse that we can.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much we can do.
Is there something we
Rocket?
can do? Is that the reason you're here?
Rocket, this is a conflict of interest for you.
Yeah.
I
don't
don't
think
know
we
that it
should really
is.
speak
So
to
here's my statement on it. So a disclosure of potential conflict of interest is that I live in that building in question. And my concern is not really for Ledgeworks specifically, but as sort of Tim was actually mentioning earlier, in terms of creating a welcoming environment for downtown, I think it's important that there's a transparent process by which the people who seek to invest in our community and build in our community at least know they can look to precedent and say that there's a coherent process and that there's a coherent appeal. And similar to actually kind of our struggles with the police department and hiring and bad press that Hartford has sort of endured over the last years, obviously, the more we go through bumps and controversy, I think it's not in our benefit to the entirety of the town. So my concern is really, first off, I assure you my rent is not going down. But secondly, my concern is not really specifically about Tim or Ledgework specifically, but more of what, your name is Tim as well? Okay. Okay, the other Tim was saying broadly in terms of what our vision is for our community and in terms of creating a welcoming environment for people to say, this is a safe place to invest and to buy and build and to create housing. So that's really where the spirit of my concern comes from.
Rocket, I appreciate that.
But my question is specifically is why are you here then? Is it that we actually have something that we're capable of doing, or is it just to use the public comment?
Where I come to the select board, we come to the select board is you mentioned process, but it's due process. We are being denied due process.
I thought you were in the middle of a legal proceeding.
To try and have our rights restored. We're asking simply that the town take a step back and let us have our grievance hearing. Let us go to that board of civil authority.
I don't know if the select board has the authority
Yeah,
to do that.
Can
I think
make
we're
a
better off just leaving that one alone.
recommendation that maybe we request an executive session sometime soon to just get an update on the entire situation.
That would be fine with
Would
me.
that be reasonable? And
Yes.
because I don't, Rocket, I think you should recuse yourself from any discussions about the property that you do live in, even if it's because there's a perceived. But that said, you can still make comments during the assessor's presentation without concern. But so I think just having this awareness is great. I think if we do get an update in executive session in one of our next couple meetings, then that would be useful for us to just know the status of the situation from the town's perspective, which we're representing.
I think the board has to support the town manager on this.
I think, an executive session to just sort of get up to date where we are, because, I don't think all of us have the full information or background, other than we know there's a legal proceeding going on here. And if we're going to weigh in on this in any way, I think we'll need to be brought up to date and have a discussion about it. So I would be fine doing that, but I would like to move on from discussing this here in open session, particularly since the town is involved. And so I think
Mike, there's a citizen, the hand raised.
I saw the citizens hand raised. I'm just determining, like we mentioned earlier, whether it makes sense for us to table this and move on and bring back public comment at the end. I'm willing to.
It's your fault. There's 2 hands up on Zoom currently.
I'd like to thank you, Tim, and it will be followed up on.
Thank you. I do just ask for expediency. Time is of the essence, gets thrown around a lot, but in this case.
Thank you for your time and your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from the folks on Zoom.
Okay, Colin Butler, you should be able to speak.
Well, Colin.
Good evening. First, a question on Zoom. When Marie Alvin spoke a few minutes ago, all I could see on the screen was a black screen and a little emoji of a person. And now that I'm speaking, it's a black screen with another emoji. I'm not interested in looking at myself. I want to see the select board when I speak to you. Is there a way to do that?
There should be. It sounds like it's on your end from our technician.
If you check your view options, you could maybe put it into gallery view, Colin.
I don't see anywhere where I have view options.
If Colin, if you look to the top right of your screen, you should have an option that says either speaker view or gallery, top right. I don't know if you see that on your end.
I don't. I have mute, raise hand, or more. And under more is disconnect audio.
Thank you, because he's just an attendee.
Do you have a comment you'd like to share with us, Colin? I'm sorry we can't sort of troubleshoot this with you during the meeting.
If you can hear me right.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you very well.
The moment I start to speak, it goes back to the black screen. That's unacceptable. So the comment is actually a couple of questions. Later on in your agenda, 5A, I believe it is, you're going to hear some kind of a presentation from Twin Pines about a apartment building they're planning to build.
We're going to hear an overview about a possible multifamily project. That overview will be done by our Director of Planning and Development. Yes.
Okay. And then on September 6th, you're having a public hearing to consider and approve some kind of request for grant financing, I believe.
I believe that's the case.
So I guess my question.
We're going to bring this up, Colin, as an agenda item. If you have specific questions about it, we like to try and keep the comments to the particular item and not just in public comment.
Well, I don't have any specific questions about it. My question is, why is it on the agenda? This project hasn't gone to the zoning board or the planning commission at this point, and it won't until a week after the public hearing that you're having to approve financing.
Well, I think if you
Why
tune
is
in,
that?
when the director of planning testifies to us about this, that is a question we can have her answer. I think you'll just have to wait until then, because I don't know that we have the particular answer right now. So I encourage you to tune in. That's coming up, fairly quickly as we move through the agenda.
Okay, last one.
Yep,
We'll
last
have this
one
be the
for
last
now.
public comment for now. Okay, so, whoops. Kathy, can you unmute? There you go.
Hi, Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont. I would, given recent developments and tonight's presentation and discussion about conflict of interest, I would love to see the board adopt or perhaps revisit existing conflict of interest guidelines. I was a little uncomfortable with the discussion tonight because of that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right, so we will come back to public comment at the end in case there's any more, but for now, just keeping with our time commitment somewhat, we want to move on. So our next item will be an appointment. We're going to consider the reappointment of Larsen Burns to the Design Review Board for a 3-year term beginning August 23rd, 2022 and ending August 22nd, 2025. I'm not sure if Larsen is here. So willing to have a discussion and entertain a motion on this one.
As liaison to the design review committee, I'd be happy to make a motion unless anyone else has comment.
That's fine with me.
I don't have a comment about the applicant. I do have a comment, and this is probably to the town manager and to Lana. On some of these applications, we see phone numbers redacted and some we don't see redacted. And I'm just wondering why we're having inconsistency of some of it, like the reference phone numbers. I'm not sure this information should be made public for everyone. That
Ooh, if we missed one, then you're right. It looks like my copy, we also missed that redaction. We'll pull that down and redact it and put it back up.
yeah,
So
I just want to make
thank
sure.
you for that. Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
we
people
do
understand
aim
each
to
other.
redact every single one, but we're all human. So
Yes.
thank you for pointing that out.
The select board is be different than the general public seeing this, so. It's just an oversight, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board reappoint Larsen Burns to the design review board, this design review committee, for a 3-year term beginning August 23rd, 2022 and ending August 22nd, 2025.
Second.
Second from Ally, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that carries.
I'd like to abstain.
And Rocket's gonna.
Yeah, I would love to have seen the person in chat. I have no issue with it.
For reappointments, we don't typically require it.
Oh, we don't.
Yeah, reappointments. For appointments, we do, but
Then I would change my vote to an aye.
So in doing that, I skipped over select board comments. People want to do them now, or you want to wait till the end on that? Any preference? Does anyone have
I
something they
think we
really
should-
want to talk about
I
right
think
now?
we should, I think we should do it and get it out of the way.
All right,
Like-
Manny,
Yeah.
we'll start with you.
Yeah, I just have a question about the ARPA survey that I saw in the listserv today. Who drew up that survey?
I did. I used my usual demographics, census-based stuff, and then just did an open-ended question based on kind of some of the comments that I heard from you all. If
Okay.
you have feedback for change, please shoot me an email and copy Mike and Dan.
Okay, I just would have thought you would have shot it to us first before you put it out there for the public to make comments on it. So,
I think it was. I mean, it's been out.
It's been out for a while. We may have. We also need to kind of walk that line about if you tell me to put out a survey, do we haggle over word choices, or do you trust me to do the work to put out a survey? So
I just know last time we had a survey put out, there was some displeasure at it. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I haven't done it myself, but I was just curious who it is that made the survey up.
Teresa sent it to us on June 21st.
Okay, so this is the same survey that we had displeasure about before then?
Yep.
Okay, all right,
Just
that's
got my
fine.
own calendar reminder to push it out again.
Again, okay. So if people were to do this again, will it be rejected because it's the same email address coming from? Or how does that work?
It does have one ISP, but if you, there are many ways around that. If you had two email addresses and you really wanted two votes on what people should send for ARPA, people could use their second email address to do that. But it should bounce.
So if I did
doesn't-
again, it would give me an error message?
If it
No.
doesn't though, I mean, it's just getting a community taste. So I don't think anybody's gonna stack the deck for Gate Street over anything, there's not.
right,
Maybe
I
somebody get me that guy in the audience's email. 'Cause I'll
Like I
make
say,
sure
I didn't do the survey, so I didn't know what was in it. So this one, so, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Lanny. Rocket, anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank, I know that staff has been working very hard this past week, so I just wanted to give a big shout out and thank you to them, especially with what's going downtown. But I also know that there has been, it seems, some meaningful progress on Latham Lane. That's something that we've heard from citizens a lot about. So I thought that was great news. And just want Tracy, I wanted to thank you for your leadership, guiding your staff through that. I am very sad to hear the pool is having to close early because of staffing. So would be curious next year, maybe to have a conversation about what we can do in advance of the busy season to figure out what we can do as a select board to support better, a deeper bench. So as always, amazing honor to serve this town. So thank you all for having me here. Thanks.
Thank you. Ellie, anything?
Nothing for me.
All right,
Nothing for me.
Dan? Jim?
Also just want to give a shout out to the fire marshal, the whole Hartford Fire Department and Public Works Department with their swift response to the flood in the Briggs block this week or last week. And it's been a long, slow, filthy project, but they've been super diligent on the case, and it's much appreciated from the entire business community. Which I don't speak for everyone, but I think there's a consensus that they're appreciated very much.
Great, thank you, Kim. I don't have any comments or announcements, so we'll go to the town manager's report.
Yeah, let's stay on this theme of the Briggs Building water main break. Y'all are right. The water department, all of Public Works in terms of project management and overall department leadership. The fire marshal told me his email and phone box was filling up every day from the messages that he was getting, just trying to keep on top of the whole thing. So they've been hopping, they've been living off of Snickers bars and whatever coffee they can eat of. This came up live while we were all here last week. And it appears that the sprinkler main pipe into the building failed, and we had 300 to 400,000 gallons of clean water. We want to emphasize that was clean water go into the basement, which is why our cleanup is terrible, but not as bad as it could have been if it was stormwater or wastewater. So we had 4 Hartford fire staff, Keith Morris, Mitch White, Eli Snelling, and Sean Spencer. They initially got a call from multiple sprinkler alarm calls. So, I know that their hearts might have been pumping that what we actually had was a multi-story structure fire. They really worked quickly to get the electrical turned off, because that's our first big worry when we have that much water. I'm sure we're all aware that water carries electricity a lot faster than anything else. So we wanted to make sure everyone was safe, and they cleared the building. This was 6 o'clock at night. So Chief Cooney, Deputy Chief Zora, and Fire Marshal Peltier, they were on their way home or were home. They turned around, came back out here, as did Jeremy Delisle from Public Works, Evan Ecker, and Kai Eastman. All of them put some shoes on and ran over here as fast as they could to assess the situation. We got the water off, which was great. We're in a drought, and to get that loss of clean water was already heartbreaking, but it could have been much worse. It's been an entire week, and then plus we've assessed this. They've assessed the structure. We had an outside contractor with David Briggs assess the structure and investigate if it was safe to enter. Right now, the basement is no power, no occupancy, except for cleanup and mitigation. At this point, I think Restorees should buy us something because that company has been throughout the entire block dealing with mitigating the issues down there and dealing with dampness. Because it's a big space. Yeah, they should, they should get you guys something. Like there should be a block party or some ice cream for downtown businesses because they just want your basements. I know. But they've been down there cleaning it out. It's really touch and go right now on when that section of the building is going to be occupancy or power. I know they're working on it, but there's a lot of damp down there. There's a lot of silt. The Opera House is also no power, no occupancy for a couple of other issues that were discovered. And right now, I believe the sprinkler system still is not operational. If anybody's interested in the intricacies of sprinklers, it's filled with water right now, but the sprinkler main does not pull additional water. So let's say that there's a fire and the sprinklers start pumping, they will eventually go dry because the water in the system is closed. So right now, if there was a fire in the building, the first call is to our pumper truck, which will pump up into the fire department connection and keep the water flowing through that sprinkler system while we do our fire suppression and evacuation activities. So it's safe to be in there, but we are requiring a fire watch 24/7. So every 30 minutes, somebody has to walk that building for indications of any unsafe conditions. And I think I emailed you all about the sinkhole. So in doing the water main, we discovered a sinkhole. It was about 8 feet deep and it was moving laterally towards Joe Reed Drive. As of this afternoon, they believe that they found one edge of the sinkhole. They're looking to mitigate the other edge of the sinkhole, and then we'll begin looking at how we can rebuild the structure of that sidewalk. So those big barriers are up there. We're asking people to please stay away and continuing to work with that. We do have our engineers, Aldrich and Elliott, on staff. They are managing that project for us because they are the engineers on duty for the entire North Main Street project, and they are our go-to engineers for the structural type stuff. So we'll keep you all posted. We're trying to get businesses back online as fast as possible and trying to mitigate any safety risks. So that's where we're at the Briggs building.
Tracy, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how, or tell the general public, I should say, how the flow of traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian, is affected at this time?
There might be some pauses or one lane or flagging going on if we're moving big equipment in or out. I believe there's an excavator out there right now, but we are not anticipating having to close that street for any significant length of time. That sidewalk is closed, so you have to walk on the other side of the street if you want to walk down the street. So please, if you're running late for an appointment, you might turn that corner and find a flagger in your way as we move a piece of equipment, but we're not permanently closing that street.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
So the police chief search, we were very excited about a preferred candidate. It was my preferred candidate, really positive feedback on their day of interviews. That individual accepted a position and I declined to move forward with the second. So the search is now back to square one. I say square one, but not really square two, because we've done a lot of the work about the community survey and the listings and the postings. IACP leadership and I are meeting on Thursday to determine what edits we might need to make to the job posting to make this resonate with other applicants a little bit better and how we can together have a successful search. I reached out almost immediately to Acting Chief Connie Kelly to take her temperature. I know she's been leading the ship over there and it's a lot, but she did a quick assessment with the rest of the staff over there and they were fully supportive of us going back out for a second round. They're willing to continue to take on additional tasks because they believe deeply that our next police chief is out there and we just need to keep looking. So many thanks, not only to Connie Kelly, but Acting Lieutenant Tom Howell, Acting Lieutenant Scott Moody, and the entire patrol department for just giving me the thumbs up to keep going on that. Rocket, you're right. This is your last week to visit our new pool. We will be closing it this weekend. One of the things that was really hard is we have a lot of pools in the community, but but they're seasonal, and lifeguarding requires a training class and a certification and is a really seasonal job. That's a tough job too. I mean, you know, when I see those people out there just looking and watching and having to be responsible for all of that, we were competitive in salary. There's just a ton of openings between us, Quechee Club, UVAC, and then not even considering New Hampshire and on that side. So I think one of the things that could be interesting to explore, and I'm not sure if this is a select board thing or just getting out in the community, is if we can start this process early and pool our resources, public and private, to see if we can get enough lifeguards on duty. But that's really where it was a struggle, is to get those lifeguards, and school's going back in service. So a lot of the high school kids that we got, they've gone back to school at this point and they can't lifeguard for us. No SIGACs this week because we just met last week and it was a little bit of a week here in town operations for many of our departments. And just one silly thing, you know, free COVID tests. So please, if you haven't gotten those, get your link, click on that link and get them.
Kim. Kim first.
Wasn't the pool supposed to close this week anyway? Like, is it closing early?
We were hoping to hold on through Labor Day weekend.
Oh, okay. I mean, I thought I had August 27th or something in my mind all along. In the like upcoming meetings, there's this flag and banner policy. What's that coming from? Like, is someone initiated or someone proposing something?
I wanted to ask you all if that was something that you wanted, because we will have banners coming up on the flagpoles at North Main, and the staff would like to, if that's something you want to do, is have banners up there, is to get ahead of the process for the spring. So they'd like your thoughts and your feedback on that. The new light poles in South and North Main have the two parallel metal rods for those flat banners that can say "Welcome to Hartford" or "Happy New Year" or whatever. They would like to get ahead of that before the spring comes, and people want those and we don't know who's responsible for what. So they would like to hear your thoughts on that.
North Main Street.
North
Light
Main
poles are not new. They're the old ones that I was saying. The last question I had was, with the police chief search, will you do a reset of the advisory group?
I haven't really had the time or space to think about that one. I'd like to hear from IACP what their next proposed steps are and what their timeline is looking at, and then be able to feed that back out. Really, I just was trying to get ahead of that issue and get on their calendar and get on the ball with them, and to hear from them. So I should know more late Thursday, early Friday.
Because I mean, there have been concerns that were expressed for the last group that we didn't have a very diverse group of members on the advisory group. So I think if there is an opportunity for us to consider that this round, that I think that would be like, you know, take advantage of the situation.
I will take this under advisement, and I think I'll know more later this week.
Okay, and I also just want to add, like with IACP, if there is like a clearer timeline of what might happen, with the understanding that things change all the time and that, you know, we can have expectations that aren't met. But if there is like basically a outline of a process, now that we've gone through it in this session and it didn't quite pan out to be what we'd hoped, but I think it does give us a like really valuable opportunity to sort of like look at maybe even doing the whole process a little better.
I will take that under advisement as well and provide that feedback for IACP as well. They are very open to feedback.
Awesome, thanks.
Other questions for Tracy? Lanny?
Yeah, in terms of the police chief and ICP process, where does that set us back financially, or do we have a contract with them until we have somebody hired? Where does the
We have a contract with them until we have somebody hired, and they're in for a certain amount of time. So this is now all on IACP.
and what sort of our time frame do we have with them to actually complete the process?
That's what my Thursday call is going to be about. But generally this contract, and generally for leadership contracts as a whole, the contract is to keep going until we reach a mutually beneficial candidate that is hired and in
That's
service.
my biggest concern is no more incurred costs to taxpayers. That's good.
No, this is all part of the same search.
That's good. I do agree with Kim that maybe a reset on the advisory committee might not be a bad idea. Just some newer ideas in there as well. So, thank you.
Any other questions for Tracy? All right, thank you very much, Tracy. All right, so we'll move to our next item, which is an overview of the Twin Pine Riverwalk WRJ housing project. So Lori is going to walk us through that. The question we have to decide is whether we want to hold a public hearing on September 6th to determine if we should submit Vermont Community Development Program application for this project. So I think we'll get an overview. We'll decide whether we want to move forward with a public hearing on the 6th. And on the 6th, we'll decide whether we want to submit an application. That's how the steps are going. So, okay. Kim?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I got another email that there's no sound on the Zoom now. This is from 6:24. It's now 7 o'clock.
We were talking to some of the folks on
Right.
Zoom, I think, after
Yeah.
6:24 for
Okay.
the public comment. So.
Can't take this person, it's service we're providing. We can't run down every single type of error.
Mhm.
It's just the way.
Okay, thanks. So that was just the CATV technician. You know, we do our best here. We try to make sure that everyone can tune in. Generally, we're pretty good. You know, if there is a glitch, let us know. It's certainly not something that we're doing intentionally. So, thank you. Lanny?
Do we know that they're able to hear us out there in Zoom land right now?
Yes, these people that are calling it here also going to YouTube and I
Channel.
have no idea what people use at home or computer with platform.
Good.
It's infinite, so.
But they should be able, my question is they should be able to hear us, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, of course. Okay, who's going to start?
Okay, so I'm going to start just to do a general introduction, and then Andrew Winter, who is the Executive Director of Twin Pines Housing Trust, will give you a more detailed description of what the proposed project is. As noted, this is basically a general information opportunity to talk about what the project is, with the idea of the select board deciding whether or not it wants to hold a formal public hearing process, which is required by the Vermont Community Development Program for any community development block grant funds. And that hearing has been advertised, because it's necessary to advertise it at least 15 days prior to that hearing, and to have it line up properly. It went into the paper on Friday. If you decide not to have the hearing, then it just is not, it's canceled. And so the purpose here is for Andrew to give you an overview of what it is and talk a little bit about the project, how it would work with the development, and what the role of the Twin Pines Housing Trust and Evernorth are, and what the funds would be used for. So on that, I want to hand it over to Andrew, and then before we finish, after he finishes, I just want to give you a couple more points for finishing up my presentation.
Sorry, Andrew.
Great. Andrew Winter, Executive Director at Twin Pines Housing Trust here in White River Junction. Thank you very much for your time and attention today. Riverwalk is a project to develop 42 units of mixed income housing for the workforce. And we're delighted to be here because it's right over there. For those of you who have been familiar with DEW's efforts to redevelop Prospect Street, 2 buildings were built on a site that was remediated, a former industrial commercial site that was remediated, and a state office building, and then visiting nurses and hair salon were added in a second building. That leaves 1 remaining parcel at the front of the site. DEW, the contractor and developer of that project, has partnered with Braverman. Ken Braverman is a developer out of Chittenden County, and the two have partnered to develop the building. In Twin Pines and Evernorth were approached and agreed to purchase the building and operate it as mixed income housing. So that is essentially kind of the overview of what we're looking to do. You know, The goal here is for Twin Pines to put together all of the necessary financing along with its development partner Evernorth, which is a nonprofit out of Burlington that we've worked with frequently in town, to acquire the building once it is built by Braverman and DEW. So Braverman and DEW did in fact meet with the planning board back in January, gave them kind of an overview of the project, approached us around the same time, said, would you be interested in buying this building and owning it, managing it? We indicated we would. And at that point, we began the process of going after some competitive financing for the project. So at this point, we've obtained probably the most competitive part of the financing, and that is something called a low-income housing tax credit. And we've been able to obtain an award, an allocation of those federal tax credits that we will then turn around and sell to investors. We'll take the money and we'll utilize that to help purchase the building. We have pending another set of applications with the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. Those applications do not require community's participation, but those applications were submitted several months ago and will be going before the board at VHCB, the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, for financing later this month. This last piece is the Community Development Block Grant Program. And you have been kind enough and generous enough over the years. I've been with Twin Pines now for, I think this week is 10 years. And you've been kind enough to support us on four other applications, including 2 applications on Wentworth, Hartford scattered sites, which involve the redevelopment of a number of scattered site properties in the community. And this would be yet another development. These are federal funds. So the federal funds are allocated to the state. The state in turn puts out a notice and says, we'll make these funds available to eligible activities. They have a plan for that. And housing is part of that plan for how these funds get expended. If these funds don't come to Hartford, they're going to go to Barry or Burlington or Bennington or Brattleboro. We'll stick with the Bs. Wherever else somebody else or community comes up and says, we're interested in these funds. So we are requesting the opportunity to come for a full hearing to pursue an application of $400,000 in these federal funds. So again, the idea is we will be back in front of you in September. We talked a little bit more about the project. And we're working on the financing while the development partner is over here working on the zoning and permitting process. So each of the development team members has a different role. Our role is to go after the funding so that when the project is built, we're ready to buy it. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Lori for her comments, and then I'm happy to take questions.
So, yeah, I just wanted to note that there is a timeline here, just add on a little bit more about that. So there's an application process that is due on September 13th. And in order for these funds to be made available to a nonprofit or even for-profit, there are other projects that could be done that way, but this is not one of them. It has to go through a municipality, and there are prescriptive requirements of how it needs to go through that process. So if you do go through it, it would be submitted by September 13th, and then that would put us into the middle of November for it to be heard by the state in that competitive process for funding. Within that time frame, there will be determinations made by the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board whether or not this project would be approved for permitting. Any required state and local permitting is a condition of receipt of any of these funds. So as many people know, there's always a tag team process in terms of staging something with public and private cooperative initiatives. And this is just another example of things that we've done in the past. And all of the requirements would need to be met for local and state permitting in order for this to go
Lori, that was the
forward.
question I think that Colin, who
Yes.
called in, had. So it sounds like, right, all the zoning, all the permits, everything has to go through the normal process. But what we can do if we hold a public hearing and submit an application is try to get this $400,000 from the state.
Right. And the last thing I want to really just note is that this is the this area, Prospect Street, was our first kickoff project for TIF when we initiated the program. And it had always been envisioned that it would be mixed use, and we were hoping that the subsequent buildings that would come on when we did the first building and then the second one was done, that we would have housing in there. And we're very happy that we have this mixed use component coming forward at this time. So I would at least recommend at this point that you proceed to a public hearing, hear the full of it, hear what the community has to say in this proper, and then at that time you can make a decision whether or not you're ready to put it in for an application.
Any questions for Lori or for Andrew? Lanny?
Yeah, Larry, you used the term mixed use, but in the application, it's mixed income. So is this?
No,
mixed
it's
use?
mixed income in that the development is mixed use. All three buildings together are mixed use.
Okay, all right.
So the first two buildings that were built are commercial based in offices, and then this would put residential in it. So the whole
this is
development
strictly
is,
residential.
yeah, this is
Okay.
strictly residential.
And then the other question I guess I had, I don't know if it's to Lori or to Andrew. Can someone give me what the newest definition of mixed income means in terms of
Sure.
rental varieties?
Yeah. So this is a different project than some of the other projects that we've been talking about in the community, let's say in the last 6 months or so. One of the, so in addition to the typical 60% of area median income, so this is somebody making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. We are also taking advantage of something called the Upper Valley Workforce Housing Fund. This is a housing fund that was put together by really Mascoma Bank played very much a lead role in it, but working with Mascoma, Bar Harbor, Ledyard Bank, they're all investors along with Dartmouth Health, Dartmouth College, King Arthur. All of those different organizations came together in an effort to bolster the creation of workforce housing. And so we're able to do some housing units that go up to 80% of the area median. So then we're picking up people at 60, 70, up to probably around $80,000 at the top of the range. So again, it's more of a mixed income approach with a higher income band, similar to what we did up at Wentworth, where we were able to take advantage of a then state program that allowed us to do some higher income units as well. So here we're looking at 30 units that would be at or below 60% and 12 units that would be available to folks at up to 80% of the area median.
So my question in that is that there's going to be, careful how I phrase this, would there be any units available to, I'm just going to use people on welfare or of that nature for subsidized subsidies? Sure.
So right now we're envisioning 8 of the 30 units that are lower on the lower end of the spectrum that we're serving would be available for homeless families and individuals. And that would include 4 units. We work very closely with the VA. The VA has a program called the VASH program, Veterans Administration Supportive Housing Program. So they provide rental assistance and supportive services to veterans. And because of that location, they've really struggled to find appropriate housing for the VA clients that they serve. And so this is a location that they're very excited about because of its proximity to the VA, being on public transportation, et cetera.
So it's going to be 4 units strictly
4
dedicated.
units for the VA, and then 4 other units that would serve homeless individuals and families.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Kim?
I just want to reference that what we're asked to do tonight is to decide if we want to have a public hearing or not. And then the select board and public can ask all kinds of questions about the project during that. So I suggest that, do we need to vote on it? Or do we just,
There's there. It says a recommendation.
I mean,
Is there majority support for holding a public hearing on the 6th about this project?
Yeah, I gotta say though, how can I know if I'm going to support this unless I ask questions about it though?
Well, that's what the public hearing
the
is.
public hearing is the place where the questions should be answered. Right now, we're just deciding if we want to have a public hearing.
If we want to have a public hearing, we can have those questions answered. But then the question really is just, do we want to submit an application to try and get this 400,000, or do we want them to just try and do it on their own?
It has to be administered by a municipality, correct? Yeah, so it's like when the village and the Cornerstone VCDP grants, right? Like the town administers them, and there's some, you know, like, but it isn't a grant. It's a grant to us that we sub-grant to the recipient.
No, I understand that. I understand everything that's being said, but I still feel that I have to have enough information supplied to me before I can make a decision on whether to move ahead with the public hearing. That's my point.
Gotcha. Are you ready?
I'm confident that we can have a public hearing. I just need to have those questions answered for me.
Okay, and I don't think that we need to make a motion or vote on this. So we just
Does
need
anyone
to show.
object to it? How's that?
No, looks like we have support, unanimous support to schedule this public hearing on the 6th of September.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lori, as well.
David has.
Sound is fine. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, so next item, we're gonna hear from our assessor, Joe Turner. He's just gonna talk to us a little bit about what a townwide reevaluation would look like. So.
Yeah, did you want to drive? I don't have your, I don't have that. I
So
don't have that one.
our
with
main
the
screen
slide.
looks like it's
Okay.
lost its signal for a second.
Oh, Joe kicked the cord.
Did I keep?
They can still see us, like we can. They can still see us.
Oh. Here, you start logging in because we'll need to make you a presenter and then.
David, good.
Thank you.
Oh, you did it, David.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry about this. Not your fault.
All right, Joe, I'm gonna turn it over to you whenever you're ready.
Okay, awesome. Let me see what we got here. You need
I want you to run it because you added that slide and I don't have it.
give me just 1 second.
So you're gonna have to join the, and you're gonna have to join the Zoom too.
What's your name? Joe Turner, Joseph, maybe. Coming in right now. Should have me now.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, turn your.
Gotcha. Okay, really what we wanted to do today, let me share the screen real quick, is just go over basically the pending revow. And
That from that. And then hit good, and then it should go.
there we go. Let me, okay, really what we want to do is just go over the pending revow. And kind of the timeline and impact of what that's going to look like. We've got some time associated with some of this stuff, but I wanted to kind of let you know who's going to be affected, what the effect looks like, you know, what kind of time we're looking at for something like this, what kind of resources it's going to pull from the town, things of that nature. So it's just kind of an overview of what's to come. So
We still don't quite know when it's gonna happen, right, Joe?
we do not until, well, I mean, we kind of do, because I've been working some of the qualifications of sales and I've been seeing what's going on. But
Like, we're at a
officially,
point where the state makes us, right?
we will be at that point, yes, and we'll get it. I'll show you that slide. And we'll get
Okay,
into that in
awesome.
a little bit later. But we are pretty much at that point now. Not officially, it will be official next year. But yeah, so just kind of wanted to give everybody a heads up of kind of what's going on. And I wanted to get into some myths and truths about revolve, because I want to go ahead and squash a couple things out that people a lot of people think that are associated with a revaluation, which truly aren't, and a lot of things that are associated with a revaluation, some people might not believe. The first thing, I've written a bunch of stuff down, so I'll totally forget what I really want to say. The first thing is that taxes go up on a reval. That is not the case. Okay, people think, oh, right now, my house is worth 50% more than really what the tax is on it right now. And that might be the case. That doesn't necessarily mean your taxes are going to go up. It just kind of depends on a lot of factors associated with this. And I'm going to show you guys those factors and really what is associated with it. The other myth is that municipality, it's like a windfall for the municipality, in this case, the town. It's not a windfall. It really, what a revaluation does, or reappraisal, whatever you want to call it, is it spreads the tax burden out. It doesn't increase revenues. It just puts everybody on an equal playing field according to what would be considered fair market value. Okay, so as we get into this a little bit, please feel free to ask questions, because it does get a little math and it gets a little associated with rates and how it goes. But those are the two big myths. People always believe that it is going to increase value, or it is going to increase revenue, and it's like a windfall for town, and it's not always that case. Some of the truths associated with it is based on fair market value. All we're doing is spreading it out. We're not like singling anybody out. We're not trying to shift taxes to a specific property type or neighborhood or geographical location or anything like that. It's all based on fair market value. The key behind all that is how it's written is ad valorem taxation, and it started. I wish I had my history in front of me. A long time ago, back in England, it was your property value represents your ability to pay and your wealth, and that's how taxes are spread out. A specific date is involved. In the case of the majority of New England and Vermont, that's April 1st of a specific year that we decide to reval in. That varies in different jurisdictions. Sometimes it's January 1st, but here it's April 1st. So you'll hear that date a lot, as of April 1st. The other one is that a lot of people think that assessors and appraisers create value. We don't create value, we basically translate. So my job is basically a translator. I won't create value. I read the market and tell you what's worth, if that makes sense. It is an opinion, but it's nothing that I pull out of the air, or it's nothing that I say, well, it's going to be this. It's a translation. It's me taking what I see in the market and putting out the best value associated with that. And in revaluation of jurisdictions and municipalities, it's mass appraising. So it's different than what you might get if you refinance your house. It's a little bit broader, lots more math, a little more involved as far as the actual equations go. And what I want to do now is run you guys through kind of an example. I think this might help everybody to get a broad picture of really what's going on. And this is a pretty simple, I'll say simple, example of how tax burdens shift. Okay, what reappraisal is actually doing. Okay, this is an example of a 4-parcel town, right? So this is so you have basically 4 properties associated with this town, we'll say. And we have values of 2017 and values of 2021. And we'll pretend we are revaluing in 2021. And this is also a revenue neutral example. And what revenue neutral means is that the town or the municipality doesn't increase their budget at all. Like, we wanted $9,000 last year, we want $9,000 this year. Your 2 main players in any taxation scenario is the ask. I call it the ask. That's a made up term. I like to use it though, but it's like what the town needs versus the value of the property associated with the town. Vermont does not tax, well, Vermont can, but the town of Hartford does not tax business, personal property, even personal. So all this revolves around real property. So it revolves around real in the ground property. And some municipalities can, I think Burlington taxes business, personal property, and some of the other ones. It gets very complicated, and it's not, sometimes for smaller municipalities, it's not quite worth it because you have to track a lot of things down as manpower. So in this example, we're looking at what the values were residentially, commercially, multifamily, vacant land. Again, this is just an example in what they changed to in 2021. Okay, as you guys see, there's different changes there. You see residential increased by 50%. You see commercial, yeah, a little bit. Multifamily, a decent amount, and say vacant land decrease in value. As you see the shift in tax burden, you see that who's holding tax burden now, it went from 18% to 23% versus the increase in residential value.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is it best to ask you questions while we go through these? Side
Oh,
by
sure.
side,
Yeah,
or
this is kind of like if you're sitting in class or something like that. So go for it. If you got a question now.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, absolutely. If you got a question now, might be everybody's probably got the same question. So go ahead.
So when we look at tax burden,
Mhm.
that should all add up to 100%.
Correct.
Okay, on
Yeah.
each side, tax burden 1, tax burden 2, those should both.
They'll both be 100%.
So what it
Excuse
means
my
is, commercial, for example, is nice 50% there.
Yep.
That's $550,000 appraisal value is half of the $1.1 million grand list. of this.
Correct.
So-
Basically.
So technically, if that 0.82 tax rate is being applied to all the classes at a 0.82 rate, then commercial is going to end up paying half of the tax burden for the entire or the revenue generated by the town.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, let me reiterate the fact that this is just on property type. When
Right.
you get down to a real revaluation, you're dealing with neighborhood, you're dealing with location, you're dealing
Right.
with individual values
Sure.
and not just general property types. Property types do play in it a lot, but it also is based on, other things, on your view and your basic property valuation.
May I follow up the question?
Yeah.
So just looking at 2017 to 21, looking at, let's say residential, it's gone up 50% in value,
Mhm.
200,000 to 300,000. So now, because you could say that rate has increased at 50%, but now looking at the other class types, commercial's only gone up, under 10%, 5%.
A little bit, yeah.
Multifamily's gone up 20% and vacant land's gone down. So because of these other factors, residential is actually, their tax burden that class has increased in terms of its total burden, proportional share of total tax.
Absolutely. It is based on the actual grand list value. I mean, you got it exactly right. It's based on the grand list value, which is the totals down there divided by basically, or your value basically divided by the actual grand list value.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. This is a pretty simple example too. And I did put in the bottom left how the rates change. You see what happens, and this is what a lot of people don't understand is that your property, it might have gone up $100,000, but also that rate dropped 10%. So you're not going to carry that burden.
And that would just mean that 2017, if you're taking the tax rate of 0.82, multiplying it by the grand list of 1.1 million, you're going to get a certain amount, a dollar amount, 900 something.
Exactly. So in this revenue neutral example, we're using $9,000.
9,000.
We're saying, and I'll show you the next slide. We're saying that $9,000, or the town needs $10,000, but there's other income associated with the town, and we've seen some of this in budgeting. Is to where the town gets income from other areas, and that gets taken off the town need immediately. You know what I mean? Like we get $10,000 for whatever, and then I call that other income. And then you have total for taxes, and that is what gets bounced off the grand list. So yeah, what you see here is that the 2021 grand list is represented in this slide at 1.255 mil. That's always divided by 100. That's actually statutory, but what that does is it brings everything down to where it's the same ratio associated with the need. So
I'm sorry, can you explain that in a different phrasing?
It's actually kind of it's a pretty straightforward concept, but and it's actually written in the statute as well, is you take the grand list value. So we take everything that we have, we say we have, 1.5 billion, you divide all that by 100 to bring it down to a specific level that we have to statutorily require to be bounced off of the town's need for value.
It's basically saying that equation is statutorily defined.
Right.
It's
right.
like algebraic equation of dividing
the grand list by 100, then you have your grand list value. That's what it's considered. You have your appraised value, then you have your grand list value. Grand list value is your tax, or is your appraised value divided by, or your assessed value divided by 100. That gives you the value that you have to use in the equation to set the tax rates. That's not specific to Vermont. That's pretty much across the board.
So conceptually, it's actually pretty simple. Then we're just walking in.
Very simple, right? Okay. So you have $9,000 that you need. You divide that by your grand list, divide it by 100, and you see the rate at 0.72. And that rate gets applied to individual properties, right? Not just specific groups of properties. It's everybody's property gets hit with that rate. So as you can see, and I'll show you another quick example. This is what the tax bill looked like for those properties, right? So you based on that $9,000 need, you notice that your residential went up by $515, which represents the value represented a 50% increase, but your bill only jumped 31%. So it's not like my value jumped 100% and I'm going to pay double taxes. No, it's not quite like that. Again, and I want to stress the two factors involved here are the overall grand list value and the town need. Those dictate the rate that are set. Those are the big ones. So yeah, you can see the distribution of taxation here. It says of the commercial, multifamily, and vacant land based on the criteria that we're given. Everybody got that? I've run through that real quick.
I do think it would be nice to see an example property in here.
Yeah. Like a individual taxing. That's what I tried to do here, assuming a residential property went from 200 to 300. Again, this is an example, and I don't know that not right now that a property will increase from 200 to 300,000. These are just strictly examples, just to show you how the equation works and how it moves forward on a revaluation.
It's a little confusing because we can't see an actual individual property right next to it. So that's.
Okay, so let's see.
Didn't you have one that went from 200 to 300?
Yeah. So
its taxes go from 16 to 21.
Correct. This is based on fictitious numbers.
Yeah.
Based on $9,000 need from the town and the adjustment of the tax rate based on a fictitious grand list amount. So yeah, I mean, assuming your grand list goes from 1.1 million to 1.25 million, which we're in the building.
Right, but what was it? Okay, so the tax rate was 82%. Okay.
Correct. That's kind of what I wanted to represent. Like, if you're revenue neutral, your rate's going to go down based on your overall grand list amount. It's not a flat rate. We're not going to keep that same 1.1 rate or whatever we have right now, which I can't remember. You know what I mean? So it's not like our revenue is going to increase by the 15%. The value is going to go up. It's going to be based on a rate depending on what we need.
Well, our rate would go down proportional to the grand list growth.
Correct.
Assuming that we stay revenue neutral.
Correct.
Just in the way that it went from 0.82 to 0.72 as the grand list grew, right? So inverse relationship.
It completely is the inverse relationship. That's kind of what I want to stress here. It's not a windfall. It's just a redistribution of the tax burden based on ad valorem taxation, which is fair market value. So we're saying that, yeah, your property was worth $50,000 then, it's worth $20,000 now. So, that being said, that affecting the rate, the property tax is going to change based on value. It's interesting.
I guess I'd like to see an Excel spreadsheet things laid out because it's still confusing to me. So
I've got a couple, but I don't want to bust them out right now.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, that would get a little complicated. And they're very confusing because this is all fictitious. You know what I mean? Like we're not there yet. So once we get those numbers in, it's gonna be a different story. And we'll see how that tax burden breaks out.
But now too, what we're looking at, and I guess I'm kind of repeating, but just we're now looking at dollar values here on the individual class, the taxes, right?
Mhm.
Residential taxes went up about 30%, even though the valuation went up about 50%,
Correct.
right? So you're saying that just the valuation change alone is not going to be reflected in an actual direct equal increase or change in tax rate, right?
It's not a 1-to-1 at all. Like just because your value went up $100,000 doesn't, or 50% doesn't mean you're gonna pay double your tax bill.
And is it correct that one of those factors could be the rate at which the other properties increased or decreased?
It completely is determined on that because that affects your overall grand list value, which is going to affect that rate which gets applied.
So in this case, vacant land went down in value, and that's why it's paying a proportional less, contributing a proportionally less amount to the
Almost
final.
exponential, right? Because all of a sudden your rate goes down and your value goes down, so you're
Right.
going to see a lesser bill.
But if in this case, let's say vacant land, for whatever reason, a new zoning law or something, vacant land was worth gold, and it skyrocketed to millions of dollars, something like this, right? Just totally off the chart. Then the tax burden would actually be then placed more proportionally onto vacant land than it would on these others. Even though residential may have increased 50% in value, the relative increase at which vacant land has gone up by astronomically more would vastly outweigh that tax burden. Is that correct?
It could, and the variable here would be the actual amount of value associated with those.
Right.
It's like commercial might see, you're talking about millions of dollars with commercial property. They might see a decline, but the base of that property is going to carry. See what I'm saying?
Right. It can't just be percentage growth, because if it's worth $100 at first and it jumps 500%, it's only worth $500.
Right.
That makes sense. So then to get sort of right. So it really is. It depends. It is theoretically possible then that your property, in this case of residential, might increase 50% in value, but your actual tax burden may go down if everything else has increased at even a faster rate. And from a larger dollar value.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, you're seeing it now. You're getting where it's coming from. So we're not increasing the value of everything, and it's a windfall for the town. We're just shifting that burden around. So everything's on an equal playing field based on fair market value.
Okay. Thank you.
That being said, I don't want to go through all these. We get step-by-step reappraisal guidelines from property valuation review. That's what PVR is. And these are, what happens. So now I've said this to you before, like a revaluation becomes, I say it mandatory. It's not mandatory if we want to pay $100,000 a year and get slapped with other types of fines if PVR says we have to do it. But that's basically mandatory to me. What they'll do is when the CLA drops below 0.85 or our coefficient of dispersion, which is COD, drops below 0.2 or 0.8, no, it's 0.2. It goes above 0.2, not below. In either way, whether it be 0.85 or 1.15 in a depreciating market, they will call for a reappraisal of the town. For good reason. I understand that completely. I'm behind that 100%. Because everything's kind of out of whack at that point. And these are some of the steps associated with that. And you can find these online. It's not a huge thing.
Do you think you could email the?
Oh, yeah, you're gonna, yeah. He was working on this even this afternoon, tweaking some stuff. So we'll send it to you now. It's out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I can send you this slide. This PowerPoint, I can also send you links associated with where to find on PVR. PVR is great. They'll give you some tutorials and things of that nature associated with revaluation and whatnot. These are the types of reappraisals that they allow. And I just wanted to touch on these for a minute. I know there's been some talk about different types of reappraisals. And I wanted to give you a little feedback on some of these. What we're up against is a complete reappraisal, but the issue bleeds into a statistical update. The partial reappraisal and the rolling reappraisals are, in my opinion, not acceptable, even though the state allows them for various reasons. We're going to go into too much detail associated with those. They become targeted and non-equitable, in my opinion, and I don't like them. A statistical, I believe your reappraisal needs to come at a specific date, and everybody's accountable for a specific date, not a rolling or partial. When other people get brought to fair market value and others don't, that becomes unfair to me, whether it's good or bad. And so we all need to be on the same playing field, and the complete and the statistical are the two that do that. What we would be up against is a complete reappraisal, and there's definitions associated with that you'll be able to find online. And the complete is basically what they consider a complete reappraisal is, full inspections. They try to get interiors. You go inside somebody's house. I don't know if you guys probably have all been contacted by a lister or assessor. Say, hey, can we come to your house to look at your property, remeasure the whole shamboozle as much as you possibly can. That's a complete reappraisal. Statistical is you do some of that, not all of it. You don't go in people's homes, you check things out. With modern technology, a statistical update becomes a little more feasible than a complete appraisal for different reasons.
Joe, I don't mean to interrupt you, but there is a classification on Vermont Department of Taxes website in terms of what the different appraisals are. So
yeah, exactly.
Gives a really good breakdown on those things.
Totally. Yep. And you guys can take a look at that too. There's also the RA 308, which I'm holding right now, which is a form that I have to fill out associated with reappraisal, that we give it to PVR, and PVR says, okay, yeah, your plan is good. So go ahead. And that breaks down the types of appraisal, revaluation classifications as well. So what we'd probably be up against next is either a complete reappraisal or a blend of the two top ones, assuming we get approved to do that.
Okay. Sorry, Joe, you're implying that a statistical reappraisal, because of some factors, including the reduction of site visits, would actually be easier to implement?
Absolutely. Yep. Okay. And the reason behind that is because I think some of the complete reappraisal, it's a Vermont thing. Here in Hartford, we do have building permits. We do re-inspect properties annually. I do fall and spring inspections. I keep up on the properties themselves. And I think that complete reappraisal is kind of set up for smaller jurisdictions or towns where they might not have permits, and you might need to go look at all these homes.
Oh, I see.
And they're not going to have other implementations like aerial photography, which I'm trying to obtain, things of that nature, which assist in this, makes these things more efficient. So we're not going to go have to look at every home. I got a picture of that 3 weeks ago.
What would from the perspective of your office, what would the timeline difference be, or the manpower difference? Or I don't know how you gauge that between doing a complete reappraisal versus a statistical reappraisal.
It's pretty massive. I don't know. And again, I think probably what happens, it all goes to review for PVR. So I think there's going to be a fun blend of the two, which will happen.
Okay.
Once they see that, hey, we're doing the due diligence necessary to do these things. Yeah, I'm not going to go look at 95. I'm not going to go measure and do interior inspections on 95% of the homes, which they recommend on a complete appraisal. I've got tools in my toolbox that are going to allow me to do that without.
Gotcha.
But it's significant. I mean, think about it. We're looking at 95% of the properties versus 5% of the properties. I mean, what's the manpower associated with that? It doesn't take any of the statistics away from it. Like complete revaluation, we're going to look at land models. We're going to look at square foot pricing and things of that nature, regardless, either if it's complete or statistical. It's just the boots on the ground, remeasure, relist that a complete appraisal requires, that is time consuming and budget constraint. So here's a natural timeline for what we've got going on right now. This is my best guess of really what's going to happen, and I'll bring up a couple points here in a minute too that we can look at. Okay, this January, we're gonna get a CLA, we're gonna get our CLA report from the state of Vermont, and that's gonna show us sub 0.85. I can almost give you I can't say 100% because I don't know until they crunch the numbers, but judging by what we have, it's gonna be under that. So that being said, the state, as of July or so, will send us a letter of revaluation notice, and they'll say, hey, town of Hartford, guess what? Here you go, guys. You're under the mark. And that letter will need to be acknowledged and signed by the select board and sent back to PBR. We got 30 days to do that. After we do that, we have 150 days to put together a plan. And in this plan, we have contracts with vendors, and we basically put the RA 308 completely together and say, this is exactly what we're going to do by January 1st of 2024, or 150 days beyond that when we receive that letter. At that time, we have a full year to implement the plan. It'll take us at least that. So then we're looking at basically January 1st, 2025, which puts us in tax year 2025, fiscal year 26 for that revaluation. And to be honest with you, I think that's okay, because what's going on now, we could say, hey, okay, well, let's pull the trigger now. I mean, it truly is up to us. If we can get the revaluation forms put together and get a plan together and everything else, we could do it sooner if we wanted to. But that being said, in a volatile market, which we're seeing right now, in potential recession and some of these other things that are going on, your revaluations they do not have the longevity and the fairness in volatile markets as they do in sustained non-volatile markets. And I think right now we're seeing steep ups and steep downs. So what would happen is we reval in a high market. So everybody's properties are top of the market right now. Then all of a sudden they start to drop almost like they came up. Then you have a volatile situation is where we're gonna have to reval in 3 or 4 years because our CLA is gonna go up to 0.85 again, and our COD is gonna change. And then it's just one of those things where if we're forced to do it, like, I don't know if you guys read in V News, I can't remember what New Hampshire county it was. It just revalued, and some of the property values gained 80%. You know, they revalued in a hot market, and they had to for New Hampshire statutes. And they're going to have to deal with it. It's not an ideal situation, but this is what they had to do. And their reval will come sooner than later. Their next one will, because of the change in the valuations. So it's not a bad thing to stretch some of these things out if we can, due to the volatility in the market and potential impacts in the next few years. That'll give us time to accumulate data to support.
I have some general questions, but just specifically relating to this timeline. Can I jump in? Would it be a possibility for that RA 308? Like, if you have the form, we're anticipating it's probably going to come in below the 0.85 CLA. Like, I guess what I'm wondering is there any way to back what's that term, back into the calendar so that we can look at something like this being ready for the 25 fiscal year? Like,
Yeah, we can do that if we wanted to. We can have a plan if we wanted to put a plan together as to where we presented something, the 308 to BVR before January 1st of
I'm thinking
2023.
like July, at the start of the fiscal year, so we have fiscal year to do the work, and then when we or whoever the board is goes into budget session for that at the end of 24, that we actually have.
So bump it up 1 year, basically, is what you're talking about.
I mean, 1 fiscal year,
Yeah.
but by taking it from January to July, maybe. Does that make sense?
It would be, what that would entail is us to complete, get a plan together between now and January 1st of 2023. So start now and do that. We can do that. The only issue we potentially can have with that right now are vendors. Right now, as you know, the market's gone bonkers, and every vendor that is taking, projects are back
Mhm.
because of the market. And the state of Vermont has called a lot of revaluations recently because CLA drops.
Mhm.
So everybody's backed up. So I'm not 100% sure we could secure somebody by
But we
then.
could be in the queue, right?
But we could be in the queue, and that's a good point. Like, even if, in PDR is not like, we're gonna force you to do this, they're forcing us to have a plan.
Yeah.
Right, our plan could say, hey, we're gonna do it like this, and we're not gonna revalue until 2028, and they might be like, okay, well, understand. So they just force us to have a plan, not how the plan is really executed, or they don't put us up against specific timeframes associated with that. They just want to see that we're making progress towards the revaluation.
Thanks.
If we were to sort of explore Kim's option and bumping it up a fiscal year before, because it seems that January 2023, if all data or indications are clear, we're going to be under 0.85 CLA and therefore statutorily required to undergo this process, right? So if we were to preempt that between now and January, let's say with the development of the plan, even if we couldn't necessarily guarantee vendors or specific vendors, does that give us more flexibility in terms of determining the blend of complete versus statistical reevaluation?
We're working on that right now. We've actually got a meeting. Christina, the assistant assessor, and I have a meeting with our district advisor. And in that meeting, we're going to outline some things like, what can we do now to preempt what if we go out and look at 20% of the properties now? Are those rules going to be relaxed a little bit when we go to reval? What can we do now to try to ease that 95% interior inspection pain?
Right.
So we're going to have that discussion, and we got it on the calendar. It's just not happening yet.
Okay, because it seems like it's in the incentive of the town and of your office and the town's people to at least to move toward a statistical reevaluation to some degree, right?
Oh, sure. And again, what the rules and regulations say for PVR, they give you 5 years. They say, yeah, well, you can do a statistical within 5 years of your last reval. We're outside of that at this point, fairly. I was really close to trying to push one last year, but it just did not make sense at that point.
Okay.
I'm glad I didn't. But again, I think and this is just me, my opinion, I think the complete reappraisal is not necessarily geared toward a municipality like ours. I think some of those are geared toward smaller ones that don't have permitting and things of that nature. So
yeah,
I think a healthy blend of those two, assuming it's approved by PVR, would be the way to move forward with that. I think that would help us out, with budget and everything else and manpower. And I think it would be just more efficient.
So I have two questions. So one is that it seems like it would be in our incentive to be able to make reevaluations easier so that they could be done on a more regular basis, right? Because if we wait till fiscal year 26, we're 9 years away from fiscal year 2017, right?
Correct.
So when you talk about that equitable distribution, we are 9 years behind schedule in terms of figuring out who should be paying what fair share.
Yeah, you're right. So it would be, yeah, you're right. And that is an issue that I would have. Like you said, I think the further away you get, the more it gets blurry.
Right.
Ideally, this won't happen due to the base we have here. Ideally, in some states and jurisdictions, they'll force you on 4 years. They say, hey, every 4 years, no matter what, you're doing one. 6 years, you're doing one. New Hampshire does that.
So a concern, and I hear you about the market being really volatile lately here in Vermont on the Upper Valley. A concern I guess I have is the driving factors, the factors that drove the volatility here in Vermont were uncertainty elsewhere, I think, right? And a lot of people leaving cities and a lot of people wanting to move to a place where there's water, clean water and clean air and so forth, right?
Yeah.
It seems to me, I'm also optimistic about this region and hopefully values won't plummet. But one thing is that when we look at your spreadsheet about the different property classes changing in value at different rates over that period, 2017 to 2021 you had, right?
There was no data behind that.
No, I know, those are hypotheticals, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously, if you go neighborhood by neighborhood here in Hartford, or if you go property class type by class type, the rates of change of since 2017 are going to be different. They're not all going to have appreciated at the same rate. Is that correct?
Correct, and that's what I was trying to get at with that.
So my thinking with that is, what property classes would theoretically increase at the highest rate? And my sense, and I would love some correction, or if you have data, that'd be even better. But my sense is that it's amongst the places where people can stomach the greatest increases in pricing and valuation. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, in theory.
That's my intuition, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
in theory, that is the case. There are issues associated with some of that, like when you do in history, when I've done revaluations in the past, there are, there are gentrifications of neighborhoods, which sometimes feel adverse effects. I don't think we have. We're not dealing with 150,000 parcels here where you have those neighborhoods where people come in and completely renovate neighborhoods. And then you have the people that have lived there their whole entire life. All of a sudden their property is worth $500,000 when their taxes are associated with that value.
Right.
And that becomes an issue, but that is an unfortunate repercussion of ad valorem taxation, in my opinion.
So I guess just to put it
Let's
plainly.
wrap this up soon, guys.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I'll just ask if Joe, when you're done, can we wrap it up?
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Next slide is questions. So you guys got.
Yeah, Rocket has a question.
Yeah.
I guess my concern is that if we were to wait 9 years between appraisals, my real fear from an equitable perspective, not to say that this is going to be the case, but that it could be the case without knowing, is that people who are of lower income or frankly lower income end up paying a disproportionately high burden of taxes over that 9-year period because we haven't updated that data. If, for example, if it happens to be such that the property values have increased dramatically more amongst wealthier neighborhoods or property class types, that by not reappraising sooner, we end up leaving that disproportionately unfair burden on lower income households to pay a higher percentage than they would have had we kept an accurate track all the way through. Is that a reasonable fear? I mean, I'm not saying that that's definitely going to happen, but that is something that makes me uneasy.
It typically, in my opinion, it's typically inverse of that. It's when you're in this type of appreciating market, I think when you have a townwide revaluation or a jurisdictional revaluation, values tend to increase more in those neighborhoods, like I said before, that are becoming renovated and jazzed up. And I think that's where you see the majority of that ability to pay versus it's all based on ad valorem. It's all based on the value. And that value becoming realized in an assessment sometimes takes people off guard, and they don't understand that the property actually is worth $400,000, and there's no way, So I think what you're saying is true, but I think it's almost an inverse of that. If you were to revalue in a really hot market, then all of a sudden you have this spreading of the burden based on your property value that sometimes can take people off guard.
You could have the reverse adverse effect. Is there a place that we can, as select board members or the general public, find good sales data or to figure out how that data is trending? Is it just through Zillow, or do you have access to that data?
No, we have multiple listing MLS data, which is subscription. It's not public information, and that is probably your best dip into a lot of that. If you asked me 10 years ago, I'd say never go to Zillow. But Zillow and some of those other types of avenues, they do get information from local MLS, so they're not horrible. You can also go to other sites like IAAO is an International Assessors Association, and they have good information on national rates and trends and things of that nature that you can bounce.
Yeah, my primary concern with all of this is equity in terms of the way that it's distributed. So
I absolutely
all
understand
right. Thanks, everybody. Russ, do you have a very quick comment?
I'll try to make it quick.
Like a minute?
Yeah. First off, I don't disagree with anything that's said, but it's very important to emphasize that was the municipal tax rate.
That's a good point. Great point.
It is
Thank
not
you.
the school tax rate, which is the primary burden here in Hartford. And as a general rule, I'm going to say if your property assessment goes up, the school portion of your property taxes are going to go up. Unlike the town where there's 2 factors, there's actually 6 factors that go into your educational property tax. And to answer Rocket's question, there's also income sensitivity. If your household income is below 47,000, your property taxes can only be in Hartford 2.13% of your income. So that helps deal with the disparity and the disproportional.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much,
You're
Russ.
exactly right. Like state education taxes.
Okay.
I can keep going, guys.
So
We're
we
all night.
appreciate it
So-
very much. We'll
Yes.
follow up if we have any
There's
questions.
a hand up. And frankly, I had a couple other questions, but I will hold them.
I had a question, but I really did break too, so.
Well, let's take our break and come back. And if that person still has their hand up, we can do it. How about that? Joe, if you're willing to stick
I'll
around
stick around.
for 10 minutes.
Sit over
All
here.
right, we'll be back around 8:08. All right, well, we are back. We're finishing up very quickly with Joe Turner, the assessor. I believe when we left, we had a hand up on Zoom,
We have a hand up on Zoom.
so we can bring that person over.
Can I just, well, so I will defer my questions, maybe ask for an email or something. You said you're gonna send us the slide deck as well as some links for the PBR regulations?
Sure, we have to do it.
Because I mean, I did some general search, but I think also one thing that's confusing is the terminology between, like, when I'm looking for stuff about reappraisals and revaluations, like, is there some in the PBR regulations, is there some specific, one specific term, what is the best term to use for what we're talking about?
The complete evaluation. Some people call it a reappraisal, some people call it a revaluation. It's the same.
Okay, and then, I mean, one thing that I wanted to touch on, but I don't want to take the time to do it now, is the difference between, like, what would be like just a bullet point of why some properties are reassessed before the reevaluation happens, and what's the format or the difference for commercial, like income-based commercial appraisals.
Sure.
So, and I don't want to.
Yeah, that's a pretty big topic, and we can touch on that a little bit later. I can send you some emails. It's statutory driven.
Yeah.
It's based on specific parameters, fiscal changes, other things like that.
Okay.
That those methods can change in the non-revalue year. It's like pickups. We call them pickups. It's not a technical term. Somebody builds a deck on a house, it changes the actual home itself, so we're able to revalue. We're able to pick that up. So when you change the use of the property or something like that, we're able to also change methodology.
And does it always happen during a transaction of a sales transaction too, or not? The property transfer, like someone buys someone?
It should not happen at all with property transfer. We find them a lot in property transfer because of MLS information that we read it and we're like, oh, they put a deck on, we had no idea, and then we'll collect it. But that in and of itself should not drive that. Physical change of property, new construction, yep. We'll get that and do permits and stuff like that.
Thank you very much. And so you want to take one hand?
Sure.
Kathy, you should be able to unmute if you're still there.
I'm still here. Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont. Thank you for the break. I needed it. I apologize if I get any of this mixed up. And before I ask a couple questions, I'd like to suggest to the board that all this somehow gets broken down for town residents in a as easy to understand way as possible and put up on the town's website when, the time comes. I know the first revaluation myth was, quote, my taxes will automatically go up due to revaluation, but from the tax burden example chart, it looks like the burden of any tax increase is going to be carried by residential homeowners, not commercial, multifamily, or vacant landowners. I'm not talking about the proportion of tax increase to increase in valuation. I'm talking strictly about the distribution of burden across property taxes. So some quick questions. When you say we're just shifting the burden around based on fair market value, and it looks like residential properties are going to carry that increased burden of property taxes across classes, what can we as taxpayers do to shift some of that burden away from residential homeowners? It's great eventually if our values go up, but that doesn't make it any easier to pay increased taxes. And, it's kind of more than an unfortunate repercussion of the type of assessment. We don't get community development block grants to improve our homes as multifamily or commercial developers do. So that's my big question. What can we as taxpayers do to shift some of the burden away from residential homeowners? And my second question is, how does the huge volume of nonprofits in Hartford figure into any of this, if at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Joe, do you have any answers?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Thanks for those questions. Those are good questions. I do want to reiterate the fact that that information you saw on the slideshow was just made up in an example. It was just fictitious information. But that being said, we all know the value of residential property has increased exponentially due to circumstances, COVID pandemic, everything else. And unfortunately, it comes down to the basis of the taxation itself. Like, there's not that much you can do to change that burden unless there's policy in place. I know some jurisdictions would give tax relief in certain situations, but that's all outside of assessment. That's not within assessment. Assessment is the taxation based on fair market value, ad valorem taxation. So the simple fact that your property would have increased in value based on market information in and of itself would shift that burden. How that burden affects you could be up to other policy, and it wouldn't live in assessment. It would live outside of assessment in the form of a relief or something of that nature. But that's the thing with ad valorem taxation. It assumes property value represents the wealth and ability to pay. There's nothing we can do about that, unfortunately. As far as nonprofits and whatnot, there are exemptions for nonprofits. There's the public pious exemption. It's very involved. But there are complete property exemptions for nonprofits and other things. You have to apply. You have to come through the assessor's office. It also goes to the state. There's other exemptions such as veterans and whatnot. And what that does is that it does take the grant list down, but it also, in doing that, it gives the community of Hartford an outlet for something. It gives them a public educational outlet, which we will, give a tax exemption to. So you might not see that benefit to the town itself in monetary units, but you see that benefit in other things, and that's what those exemptions are set up for.
Thank you, Joe.
Joe, in your answer to the answer to Kathy's first question is a two-step process that citizens might be able to be a part of, encouraging the growth of grand list, which might take place in many ways. Is that what you would include in policy when you talk about policy?
No, what I'm saying there is I'm saying that the grand list is the market value of property is going to increase based on things that are outside of all of our hands. It's going to be based on how much people want to live in Hartford, the demand for property here and the supply. It's pretty simple economics. And that's going to dictate your taxation. Now, what the town wants to collect on taxation is different. So there's some jurisdictions, I don't know in Vermont, but I know of other states that have put in place things like tax relief. Hey, we have X amount of money we're willing to give to low-income taxation or low-income families due to increase in taxation, so on and so forth. But again, that lives outside of assessment. It lives outside of my office.
Right.
And it becomes a policy type scenario.
Right. So outside of assessment, but from a larger picture, as the grand list grows, generally, the more properties, taxable properties there are, and I think this ties into Kathy's second question, the more taxable properties there are, the lower the individual burden to each taxpayer might be
correct.
Assuming revenue neutrality.
Exactly, because what that's going to do is increase the grand list, which is one of the big two. It's going to be the town need versus the grand list amount. So the grand list increases, it drops that tax rate down
for everybody
on revenue neutral. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
We good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is the HCOREI update for August. Sarah's gonna come up.
Hello, everyone. Sarah Campbell, White River Junction, Hartford Committee on Racial Equity Inclusion, current chair. I have our list, which I think was in your packet. The first thing I want to go over is just Juneteenth. The event went really well. The weather was not our friend. It was rainy and it was really cold the first part of the event and really rainy at the end. But we updated what we were offering. We had more food offerings. We had 2 book vendors there. We had the start of some children's entertainment, which we want to expand on next year. And so that leads us to our question, our committee's question about how we get engaged with the budget request process. We would like to request some funds for next year. I think we were looking at around $2,000, so it's not a huge amount, but we don't know how to kind of what our edge is. So that would be our request from you guys to get us some information about how we would request those funds.
Can I just, and I think we've talked about this, that there was a possibility of thinking about it going through the Parks and Rec budget. Does that make sense?
That would be fine with us too.
I think we need to look at whether Parks and Rec had the capacity. June is a huge month for them, so.
Okay, we're the same weekend too as the balloon festival.
Yeah, so I think, let's talk about that, but in terms of the request, go through your liaison and you all should be marking those down. And this is a little off topic from Sarah's, but reach out and ask your committees what their requests are, so you can bring that forth and we can start getting that into the discussion.
Okay, awesome, thank you. You talked a little bit about training in Tracy's strategic plan update last 2 meetings ago, but we were just curious for an update on where that stands.
Sure.
Would you like?
Sure.
Update? Well, I'll tell you, we are a little bit postponed, which is completely my fault because the proposal that I was most eager to present as a recommended proposal was so great because what I thought the total cost was $9,000 turned out to be $9,000 per month for a 1-year session. So we recalibrate. I basically have one other proposal. That organization is reframing a program that's not $9,000 a month. And then we have drafted the draft application for the Vermont Community Foundation grant fund for equitable communities based on the program that I thought was $9,000, but was really accepted. So basically at this moment, I'm back to scratch in writing the draft grant application answers that then the town manager would submit after HCOREI approves. So we are a little delayed in getting that going, but it's in the works.
Is that still behind a board communication training that was a different layer of work?
No, we did. So the board did one session on the 15th of August, which was a communications training that also incorporated like dignity and bias in the workplace, I think was the name of the title of the workshop. So it was a very just sort of general board development session. And yeah, so that was one phase, but I don't think we considered that to be directly part of the DEI training goals. So
sure. Okay, I know that had been listed as a prerequisite. So
yeah.
And is there a plan when this reconstitutes April 5th every year or March 5th every year to continue doing that as an ongoing?
I mean, a couple of options that we'll put forth, and I think that as liaison, I would run it by HCOREI and then come back to the board. But I think once we have some experience with the different facilitators, because there are different programs that maybe we try a series from this one organization and then potentially we try a few workshops from another organization and then look at what feels right for basically leaving behind an institutional recommendation for what future boards might want to do as a cycle of trainings throughout the year relating to diversity and equity and inclusion.
Thank you. Website status, where do we feel we are in completion? We have some website questions, but we don't want to.
We're still working on links as they come up. So go ahead and email me and we'll send those off to IT. And then we're starting to work on as we can. And it's been a heck of a couple of weeks reviewing where we want to upgrade and where we want to take it to the next level now that it's cleaned up.
Ours are
generally.
probably next level questions.
Okay. Go ahead and send them to me, Mike and Dan, and we'll get them. We'll see where we can go with IT capacity.
Okay. And the big one just to bring forward is the DEI resource library is still living on a former member's personal WordPress. Thank you. And so we do want to get that shifted to a public resource. Policy, I have sent templates for your thoughts and review. We're happy to, HCOREI is happy to engage with helping flesh out content, but we did not feel like that's what the ask was. So we are offering that as a next step if there's any need there. And I will say that it's still incredibly difficult to find anything policy related on the website. The community safety review. Tracy and I have a meeting on the RFP next week. And HCOREI did submit an ARPA funds request to the board that you all should have gotten.
We did.
Yep, okay, good. And then this has been discussed a ton tonight, so I'm not gonna beat this horse, but HCOREI would also like to talk about the hiring practices with a racial equity lens and kind of how we pick advisory committees and how those, being fully respectful that that's a town manager function and we wouldn't take that over, but we'd love to know how those kinds of things are put together, especially through that lens. And then the big one is on September 7th, we have the opportunity to work with, to pitch for Tuck Community Consulting. There's several programs at Tuck that are available to us. And so if we would give our 5-second, our elevator pitch, since it's business students. And then the students then go and mark up and vote on projects and then assign themselves to projects. So we would know by the 20th of September if we were selected, and then a pair or potentially 3 students would be paired with us. One of the things that they've reflected back to me is that the students don't get to work with municipalities and nonprofits very often. Most of the things they do are with corporate or financial groups. So we would be of interest in general, and that there is a lot of potential for other Tuck work in other semesters if we make a nice partnership with them. So our request is, who would go to the pitch, and if we did get chosen, who we would want to work with those students. So that was our question. And then just in your packet were the original requests that I talked with Tuck about, which was evaluate town's needs around public information, assist in crafting communications policies, help building framework for communication strategy, and then aid in writing a job description for a future role once they've assessed what our needs are. So that's what we asked of them. So that was a lot. Did I get through it all? I did.
Questions?
Anything from my, okay.
Rocket?
Yes.
Hi, question on the hiring practices inquiry about equity. I am curious about this. Representation is important, and but I wonder in a state where it's 94% white demographically, and we have a huge struggle hiring positions, filling positions at all, what the healthy way of having this conversation of balancing equity versus the danger of adding more filters to something that's already difficult, which is hiring. Because I wonder too, if, for example, we end up in a situation where all of our candidates are white. I mean, that's very possible for any given job, given the demographics of the area. What's the appropriate balance where somebody in a hiring position in town leadership can look past a lens of racial equity versus not, without appearing like they are trying to be discriminatory, which they may not be, right? How do we have a healthy conversation around that where we say, this is important, it may not be realistic given just sheer demographics?
So for us, it's not as much the candidates, it's the process, right? So if you're going to if you're going to hire a Parks and Rec director, you want to hear from parents, right? And you want to hear from like people impacted by that type of role. So it shouldn't just be like 3 people on leadership and 2 select board members. I'm just using as a random example.
Sure.
So for the police search, for example, we would love to have seen someone from the unhoused community who is directly impacted by that particular job, right? So it's not just race. It's about how that role that we're hiring for is how it impacts the community and making sure that all of the members of the community impacted by that role are reflected in the interview process. Does that make more sense?
I see. So it's equity with a lens that's broader than race.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. I guess that makes sense to me and is great. I guess I get sometimes confused because every time HCOREI comes up, I say, make sure we look out for the poor whites in our community too. But then sometimes I get pushed back and say, well, this is not necessarily the forum for that. And I say, well, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Here he comes.
Joe Major, White River Junction. The mission of HCOREI, and you talk about poor white people, and the mission of HCOREI is equity. So what you're doing is assuming that Black people are poor. And that's not it, because you're looking through a economic, and I'm looking through a racial. And the two things are not equal.
I agree.
So our mission, and when I say our, I mean HCOREI, is to look through a racial and equity lens, not an economic lens. There are other committees for that. And so that is why you get pushback in that.
But all the dimensions of equity, one being racial equity. Another being.
Hence the name. Hence the name.
The R in the HCOREI.
Thank
correct.
you.
But the another dimension of equity being socioeconomic equity.
I'm
Well,
confused. Is that in the mission of that committee?
Well, Sarah just mentioned unhoused being included in the conversation for a police chief.
She asked but she was talking about the process of going to different entities, and because it's not easy.
Right.
And so you go to different entities to try to find equity. But she was giving an example of the process that we use, not going into the normal processes that you try to find the applicants that you're currently finding. Please.
Sorry, those comments notwithstanding yours and Joe's, I'm John Hall, by the way, White River Junction. She was talking about the process, and although the focus of the committee and the kind of founding of the committee is on racial equity, I think questions that the select board should be asking about their administrative processes are obviously not constrained to racial equity. It's equity, inclusion, diversity from the standpoint of what are the goals of our town, not the standpoint of what's the objectives of this particular committee, but that our town has committed to a set of goals in regards to equity that are broad in the way you were just saying.
Okay, so this inquiry then is an extension beyond the normal mission of HCOREI, is that?
Yes.
So a broader dimension of equity.
Yes, connecting it back to the town's goals itself, the town's strategic plan for equity and inclusion.
Right. Of which racial equity is
It's just a component.
But an integral component.
Absolutely, but if you really dissect the plan itself, it's across many categories of person and experience that plan attempts to create equitable systems within our town.
Yeah.
If we get to implement it.
I think we all agree. I mean, I think at the fundamental, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? So trying to understand where mentions of equity are specifically racial, or mentions of equity are broader than that. When it's brought forth by HCOREI, I guess then I get confused as to what that means, because
it's interesting. I mean,
the application of equity.
A rising tide lifts all boats, but just like in the property assessment conversation, different people are affected in different ways by that same tide. So equity isn't, in my mind, the process isn't about saying we have to affect everyone equally. The process is about saying how are people actually being affected, and why, and how can we compensate for the places in which more harm is done to certain to people in certain circumstances than to others. How can we compensate? And the question could be like, should we be compensating? But I'm not really interested in that question. I'm interested in having a conversation first, and then we can decide on how to proceed.
Okay, so then to bring it back to this, the hiring practices with a lens towards equity is a broader definition of equity as applied to the general process of how we review candidates. Is that correct understanding?
I think so.
So I think the reason why I said at the beginning that this has been brought up in multiple places in just this meeting, and then in some more public conversations that I've had, is that our conversation in HCOREI was very much about race. And that's where it started. So we were coming at that lens of equity from our committee's perspective. But then as we discussed, we're also like, who else are impacted by our police chief choices, right? Unhoused came up a lot in our conversations, people with mental illness. So how do we make sure that when we interview people, and our question was very much about how the process works, it wasn't a dictate or we weren't trying to direct anything. We just kind of want to know how those kinds of committees are picked. How are, so, you know, was it public? Was it announced somewhere? Were any of us allowed to be on that advisory group? So our conversation very much started from a lens of race, but it expanded into just how does the process work? And that's what we didn't understand. And that's I think our big question.
Thanks, sir. Kim, you had a comment?
Well, I just want to add to that. The part of this conversation also has come up when we were talking about that HR software, the namely.com software, in which has different modules and features that are built to help any business or organization. Like, I mean, they've got tutorials, I get emails all the time, and they've got like different best practices for diversity in hiring and all this. I mean, like, there are tools. This isn't just Hartford looking at this. Like, there's how we recruit, where we're recruiting, what we're looking for. So, I mean, I think there are a lot of tools, and this is something that isn't a one sentence answer. It's an ongoing, evolving process that we haven't had in place, and that I think that there's an opportunity to improve upon
definitely
our practices.
I think we're all on the same page about that. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions?
Is that the end of your presentation?
That's it. I mean,
Okay,
I
thank
am
you.
gonna say that we have the same list that we had last time, because not a lot's happened.
So
Maddie?
I have one question. So I'm not saying you are, but I would like to understand, I can't find a current copy of your charter. Not charter, but I mean of your charge. I'm just making sure that we're still maintaining
Yeah,
our
you
charge.
actually approved a change to our charge in July, and then
Yeah.
it goes to the school board in September. So the most recent one has not been approved by the school board, so it is still our most recent approved version.
So which is, and that is dated what?
Oh,
recent-
I'm April of 20, maybe. It's been a while. I don't know. I'll talk
I
about
have
it.
February of 2019, so I just
There you
want
go.
to,
That would probably be it.
that's the, okay, I just want to.
So, and we have a proposed change out, and once the school board begins to meet again in the fall,
Okay.
there's a piece to review.
Okay, that was my only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. All right, our next item is the VLCT Welcoming and Engaging Communities Cohort, and we're gonna see whether we have interest in having the town manager and one lucky select board member be a part of this. And Tracy, maybe you can give us a little background on what it is. And we can go through.
Yeah, I mean, right there in your packet, it's a program through VLCT. They're partnering with Abundant Sun to do their epic journey. I believe this is the $9,000 a month program that Kim was looking at. It's a really great program that VLCT is offering. They're going to fund, as you see there, 15 member municipality participations for each selected municipality gets 2 municipal officials to the cohort. They have suggested, one legislative body, and I think it should be me as the second one, as the administrative person. You will note that at least one of the cohort participants must not be on the ballot in March of 2023. I believe that is solely Lanny and Mike, whose positions are up for re-election. So those 2 seats should not participate. But it's a great opportunity to get involved in this with other municipalities in Vermont, and it's free. So you're going to see that you have 4 different short proposed motions, including deciding who the select board member is that would like to participate. So here to answer any questions or help you zing through those motions.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. And I meant to look deeper into the application for this, so I'm sorry I didn't do that beforehand, but is there a recommendation that the letter of support offer any more sort of specificity around why it's recommending, like the 2 folks we end up recommending, or It's just making sure that like there's the support of the body for these two people and that will, totally suffice.
These are fairly standard, just support of the body for these two people. The application does have additional questions, and you'll see one of the motions is to tell me to do the application. And I have a giant block on my calendar for Wednesday and Thursday, just if this moves forward, so that way I'm able to do that. This is due on the 26th, so.
So
Lanny?
my question is, if we should authorize you to be a member of this, and at the last minute, you're not able to participate, can we substitute somebody?
My understanding from having conversations with VLCT about other things where I've brought up that we're getting involved in this is that this would have to definitely be our priority. So I would have to prioritize being available for this cohort. I will say, in greater things, you will watch town managers or town leaders step in and out of meetings to deal with broken water mains or fires or whatever else is coming up. But this would be a priority for me.
Kim?
And I did, I think that was Ally's recommendation. I reached out to it's Ted Brady, like the president of VLCT.
Ted Brady is the executive director.
The executive director of VLCT, to ask, or I was referred to him when I called to ask, is there a preferred candidate? Like, are there criteria that would be most useful? And he said they hope for a mix of knowledge and welcome folks with all or no experience in DEI work. He also said their ideal pairing would be an elected official and a town manager. Because I was thinking if Tracy wasn't able or willing to do it, that would there be another department head that might want to do it? So that was the feedback I got from them. I am happy. If no other select board is interested or available to do it, I'm delighted to do it, but I'm happy to step back if anyone else is interested.
Okay, well, Lanny and I are ineligible, so Kim has said she would be happy to do it unless there's other interests.
So I was actually interested in it as well, as a person of color, but clearly I don't think I understand the DEI stuff as much as some of the other members of the board or HCOREI and so forth. So I kind of thought this might be a good opportunity to dive in and.
Sorry.
Oh, no, and just a good opportunity for me to understand it. Because I think it seems pretty clear to me that I look at race and my identity as a minority differently. I mean, just if you look at these interactions with HCOREI and so forth in a way that is a different angle or different perspective on it. So for me, I said the opportunity to hear people speak about this from around the state might be an interesting educational opportunity for me. But
and I mean, and because they said mix of interest and experience or whatever, have you looked at the timeline? Like if you think you are available to make the commitment, then I would say go for it. If you think, I might be able to go to some and not all, because it goes through April 23.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't plan on going anywhere, but they don't have the specific time and dates, right?
Right.
So I think that could be something where, for example, not knowing my class schedule next year, that could end up, if they do it during the day, that could be a prohibitive factor. But barring that, I should be around. But I know this is something you're really passionate about, so it's not like I want to just tune in somewhere else. But for me, it's like I do really thrive in opportunities to obviously ask people questions. So I was
and to listen. Don't forget to listen.
Well, but the thing is, when I ask questions, it's sort of like to get the different. But yes, listening is something that I'm working on. So I was excited about that, but I also know there's something you're passionate about. So
and here's another aspect.
Mm-hmm.
I have asked select board members both in email and in public meeting, if you're interested, please let me know. And so I would say, I wish you had reached out to me sooner. We could have talked about this.
Sorry,
if you were genuinely willing to make a commitment, say the word and see if someone will nominate you to participate in this program. I think it will be valuable. I mean, I wish we could all participate. I wish this is the program that the way the proposal was written up, I could share it with anyone if you're interested. It said cost $9,000, and then it wasn't until I filled out the application grant, the grant application, and then followed up with the court with Abundant Sun, and they said, oh, no. So there will be we are going to do board DEI proposals, probably some with Abundant Sun, possibly some with another organization as well. So I'm gonna leave it in your court with that information, and you need to decide.
Yeah, okay, so you're right. I should have mentioned, I didn't think about it at the time that you said it. And then by the time I thought about it, I didn't think to circle back with you. So I apologize. I will say that if I am nominated to go do this, then I'll be at those for sure. I mean, does seem like a great opportunity for me to understand this in a deeper, nuanced way. And I appreciate you being willing to let me do that. But I want to be sure that you feel comfortable with that when you offer that.
Yeah,
because
I
if
mean, I
it's
think it's up to the board.
I know, but I think for me, there's between you and I, and
Yeah.
this is a
Oh, no,
conversation we could have
I
had
mean, which is why I've
offline.
been asking.
Yeah, and it's a conversation we could and should have had offline. That's on me. So I apologize. But it is, to me, it's more important that I maintain a respectful and deferential relationship to you than other guys.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Lenny.
I will say, I do think Rocket could bring some valuable perspective, being a person of color, on this, in this training. He could bring some insight to it and back to us from it, from his perspective as a person of color. So I guess I'm going to nominate Rocket to take this training on.
Dan?
I appreciate your offer, Rocket, but I'm concerned knowing about schooling and you not knowing what your schedule is like. When it push comes to shove and the professor says, you've got an exam this way, you've got this training, that's gonna be a very difficult decision for you to make. And I feel that Kim is happy to do it or not do it, it's clear, but I feel that with the research that Kim has done to sort of set up the other programs for us and to get a taste of this program in addition to the other ones we're doing makes more sense with her background here. So I think that Kim might be a better fit for this.
Can I ask? And I don't mean to get too off topic, but just because it's part of the various opportunities we could be involved in. And sorry, Kim, I'm maybe putting you on the spot because I think you've been sent the lead materials maybe.
Yeah.
And so that's another program that the equity director of the state of Vermont has sent out to some municipalities as an invitation. And I would have to dig a little bit more into the materials, but that's an opportunity, I think, for all like leadership of our board, and certainly I think others of town staff too, to participate in different ways, that I think also has kind of a training and discussion component too. So just want to offer that, and I'm pretty sure, I don't want to speak for the whole board, and I know we have to talk about that program, but that I think that is something that could come down the pike as well, that all of us could be involved in as another layer of that. So just to offer that, whoever's maybe not the person on this particular cohort, there will be other opportunities. The other thing I wanted to add is I think it would be helpful for this person, and why I was thinking, Kim, for the reasons you named, Dan, but then also to have a link to HCOREI. And so my mind was like, oh, we already, like, Kim is a liaison to HCOREI and could also kind of be a bridge to keep that committee updated on how that work is rolling along. That's not to say that because you're not a liaison, you couldn't. But whatever decision is made, I would just hope that there's clear lines of communication and a plan in place to keep HCOREI updated, whoever that person is, because I would want that committee to also be aware of this epic journey and what is actually it entails.
Thank you. Dan?
I like the motion if you're ready.
So we had a motion, there was no second?
I didn't make a motion.
It wasn't a formal motion.
Oh, I thought it was, I'm sorry.
I will say whoever does the motion, if you can just put them all together in one, that would be good. One motion, that would be good. So Dan, if you're ready, I will accept the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to select board approve the letter of interest and participation in the cohort, that the select board request the town manager complete the application. The select board include town manager Tracy Yarwood Davis as a participant, and the select board include member Kim Souza as a participant.
A second motion.
A second from Mary, discussion.
I'm content either way, and
Yeah.
I'm going to abstain from this vote, but not out of lack of support for you.
I guess I should abstain from.
You could both abstain if you like. Whatever you want to do. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Abstain, you have a nay?
Yeah, I really think Rocket should do it.
Okay, so we've got.
No offense to Kim. but-
We've got 4 ayes. Well, Lanny's no, Kim and Rocket abstained.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so our next business, is the housing committee. So remember, we approved this housing committee a while back. And before we start announcing it, or before we start accepting and reviewing applications, we want to appoint a select board liaison. So I don't know if we need a formal motion. Do we do formal motions that are, we'll do a formal motion to appoint someone to the housing committee.
Thank you. Thank
So I
you,
guess the
Mike.
question is whether anyone has any interest, wants to take on another committee, or people want to swap committees that they're liaisons to, or how do you want to do it? Is there any, Alan?
I mean, I won't express interest. It's probably no surprise, right? And just also thinking about maybe parity among, for instance, right now I'm liaison only to 2 committees because the ad hoc committee on emergency shelter charge concluded. So I think most folks are holding 3 and even 4 committees. So I'm mindful of that, but would also be willing to, if folks wanted to shuffle other things around, that would be okay too. But I would.
You do have interest in.
I do have interest, yeah.
How many committees do you have now?
Just 2.
I mean,
Because the ad hoc committee had concluded, and yeah, that was my 3.
it makes the most sense to me that Ally should be on this as liaison. For the natural attention, and I'm willing to make a motion.
There's a hand raised.
Okay, there's a hand.
Michelle Valesky, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Michelle Boleski, White River Junction. I really hope that you do not choose Ally to be the liaison. After doing an open records request of the former committee, I'm very disturbed at some of the things I read and saw. And I don't support her being on this committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Any other comments on Zoom?
So Rocket, did you make a motion? or not?
Yeah, I don't think he's made.
Yeah,
What did you just make?
Well, I didn't because we had a comment. but-
Yeah, so we can, I'll accept a motion. Terry would be like, it's gone horribly wrong. I will accept a motion. Rocket.
I'd like to make a motion that the select board appoint Ally Tevention as our liaison to the committee on the Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness.
I'll second that.
And Dan will second. Any discussion?
I'll abstain.
You'll abstain. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous with 1 abstention from Ally. Okay, well, we're just moving right along here. I love it. So we have our, remember last meeting, we looked at some of the budget guidance, the sort of high level guidance we want to give Tracy and the department heads. So we made a couple suggestions. I think Tracy sent us back like a revised guidance in the packet. And so I think our question now is to look it over. Are we okay with it? Are there things we want to change? Tracy, do you want to set the discussion?
Yeah, do you want me to put this up on the screen?
I think that would be helpful if we could get it up on the screen. Okay.
See how big I can get this without it crawling off the sides. Okay, so what you all got was a track changes version, and you got a Word version of this before the meeting. So that way, because you get your packets as a PDF. What I did was just took some of the notes that I wrote down on specific things and then kind of the tone I was hearing. And tried to change the words to be a little bit more general in that value and keep with a, if you've ever been to a resume writing seminar, they're telling you to use action words in the first. So we tried to kind of track with the same type of language and same type of wording. That's just my personal picadillo when it comes to bullet points. So, I think the best way we can go about this, rather than me reading this all to you at almost 9 o'clock at night, is where did you want to see changes? And if we could walk down the comments. So just happy to hear feedback, all of those questions.
Anyone have any questions or feedback on this, the changes that were proposed? Kim?
Yeah, I had, first of all, I found this markup super helpful, like, and an improvement.
Second.
Absolutely. I think where I'm still uncertain is I have, like, basically I have sort of my own list of like budget priorities, and not sure if some of these would want to be added into detailed guidance. Like I think I see that, like where I mentioned the transfer station, solid waste facility, I saw that was added in detailed guidance. So I'm like, oh, should I include some of these other things like basically funding communication, like basically, improving communication.
Could we roll up and start with maybe the value section?
I guess, yeah.
Just so that way, because I was getting ready to scroll down and I don't want to make us all seasick by scrolling through a PDF on the screens.
Sounds good.
So is there anything with guidance regarding values that resonates with you, doesn't resonate with you? I do have one comment about a consideration to revise on that last bullet point, just trying to keep that a little more open-ended.
I just have excuse me. Mike.
Yes, Mary.
I just have a quick question, and I know we talked about it, but I can't remember what we said. On the section where find opportunities to increase community safety. What does that mean to us, community safety?
Are we in the values section still?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. I think where we landed on that in the guidance Mike gave you all is that, that's a value, and we can drill down that into detailed guidance, or you can understand that we might come back to and say, here are some things that mesh well with community survey. We've talked about streetlights. We've talked about, a review, maybe increasing non-sworn staff in the police department. And we might say, this is within the budget constraints as we've looked down to the day-to-day operations and up globally where we see opportunities to increase community safety within the other constraints that you've given us.
I think we also mentioned that community safety would probably encompass shelter for people, things like that, even things like affordable housing. So I think we wanted to use the term community safety to just be broad about
Right,
what we're
and an
thinking
umbrella.
about. And in that way, it also draws in some of those concerns about housing and things like that, which I believe were brought up during the comment period at the meeting. So I think that's why we put that in there. I think we intended to be fairly broad.
Okay, that's fine. I just couldn't remember. I was just saying.
It's been a lot of
I
meetings.
wasn't ready for us to get specific in details.
I just had a follow-up about bullet number 4. And just wondering if there can be like just a little bit more specificity around beyond just diversity awareness and multicultural events, also policies and practices. So I don't know if it's something like identify resources for increasing equity, diversity and inclusion awareness, multicultural events and policies. Just something that, again, I think adds in some more richness and importance around equity and inclusion, as well as kind of the policy level. That would, if the board also was interested in that.
1000%, yeah. And honestly, I mean, Jameson Davis hears me say this, but I don't think we need multicultural events in the values of budget guidance. Like a multicultural event that, like Juneteenth, it can be an event that the town supports, but it isn't a value. It's like a product of the value, I think. So I think adding practices and policies and taking out multicultural events makes sense. Can you rephrase what you like? What would be the line if we were to rewrite that line?
Similar to what I read, but I'll read it again and then work in maybe the word practices. I like the word practices. So identify resources for increasing equity, diversity, and inclusion awareness, practices, and policies. And that could be broadly encompassing of events, of many other
Can you
things.
change that in the Word document on the screen, Tracy, so we can follow along? Or?
I forgot to download the Word document, but I could pull it up in my email. So you're actually looking at a PDF. But
Okay. So
what I hear you saying Ally, is the beginning is the same. Identify resources for increasing, in my written notes, I wrote diversity, equity, and inclusion awareness practices. Is policy a little too drilling down? Is policy part of a practice? Do you see those as three separate things?
It could be, and it also could not be, depending on the context. So I do feel strongly that saying both of those things could be important.
Yeah, knowing that in budget guidance policies, you might see it just being as a work product, not necessarily a line item. We're not going to say we're going to spend $500 on something. You know, you might see that look a little differently in terms of awareness and practices and policies. What that looks like when it comes down to we're allocating, or we would like to allocate blank to blank based on this guidance.
I think I understand. Yeah.
From a high level value position, is fewer words better? So we just do like nurture DEI, consider DEI, or something like that.
Well, I
And
think
then-
I think the identifying resources for increasing our diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. Period.
Sure. Like the last bullet, Tracy, I like your note on this, consideration of sometimes we do need to buy new things. Like, I just think like, what about just purchase judiciously? I mean, does that say the same thing?
Are we good with the changes
But-
Ally
Oh,
suggested?
sure. Sorry. Yeah, but like, just in terms of like boiling it down to fewer words, higher level concepts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I think that reflects kind of the feedback I got from staff of, you know, they do purchase judiciously and they try their best, right, to make those smart choices for the town.
Right.
Yeah, and have we done with the?
Have we settled on that fourth one yet?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to distract from that. I just sort of meant like that as a parallel example.
I mean, if we want to, you know, hone in a little bit or, you know, be broad enough, but less wordy, right? If we were to just, you know, equity, diversity, inclusion practices, you know, as long as we know that that might include, you know, a range of things, that might include policies, that might include awareness building and those sorts of things, then great.
I mean, I think we would all agree with that.
So wait a minute. So what's the final wording here?
Hold on, I
I'm lost
looked at
on
my
it.
sent folder, grabbed down that word and just let me do this for a second, and I'm gonna bring up the Word version for you. And then you can watch it live. You can watch all of my typos live on screen. See if it lets me. Do this. Moved a little too fast for my computer. There we go. Oh no, did I just unshare my screen? I'm sorry, y'all. I would say it's a long day, but you've all been here with me. There we go. Okay, so screen sharing has shopped. No, I don't. Oh, Zoom. There we go. Zoom, you better behave yourself. All right. What I'm hearing right here is changing this to identifying resources for increasing diversity. See, oh boy. Equity and inclusion aware.
I think maybe just practices.
And practices.
Or maybe,
Which
I'm
is
sorry, Tracy.
skip the end.
No, maybe not even awareness
Skip
and
over.
practices, just
Yeah.
inclusion practices.
Right.
Inclusion practices.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's what we're landing on right there on that one.
Right.
And right here, I
15 more to go.
and right here, I hear purchase judish.
I personally like what you have.
But she has a comment on why that.
I have maintained current equipment and infrastructure to end of useful life.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what I
that
like.
one. Oh, yeah, okay.
I like that.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
too.
that makes sense.
That's great.
Can I ask a question about the consider number of users and funding?
Sure.
When that's in there, explain what you take that as meaning, Tracy.
Yeah, I think that is greater good. So if we have $1,000 and it impacts 2 people, or we have $1,000 and we can impact 100 people, we should really strongly consider utilizing that fund for the greater good or the greatest impact in the community.
I like it. I just want to make sure that we're understanding it's on the same
Yep.
page.
Yeah. So, I think greater good has a little bit more of a philosophical thing, but that was down in detailed guidance and I brought it up to values because I think it's more of a value.
Yeah.
There's something to be said, and maybe goes into the DEI bullet point with that. John Hall, is that his last name? Made a really good point where he said, just because a rising tide doesn't affect all boats the same way, it might lift all of them, but they might be different. So I did think that was kind of interesting. That was a very good point. And I said, well, sometimes we might affect more people per dollar with this, but maybe the people that need to be affected the most are fewer in number, but maybe that's DEI, right?
And it's just a consideration also. It
Yeah.
can be,
It's a good point, though.
I mean, for example, the Gates project, depending on, whatever the bond amount we ask for.
Yeah.
Ultimately, for something like that, if it gets to the ballot, the town as a whole needs to vote if they want to, even if some people have never driven on that street in the whole time they've lived here. So.
Right. Sure, but.
All right.
So we got the guidance regarding staff, right? I think we're.
Yep, I added one bullet point based on your feedback, which is identify ways to ensure Hartford is a competitive employer. And then my only feedback is that 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet point is, I think it's really captured in the rest of the bullet points. And I also was trying to provide for staff, not a super long list of things to consider. I'm seeing some head.
We're still adding that bullet, right? Or
Yeah,
not?
that's my
I thought you were
suggestion.
suggesting- Yeah, no, that's fine.
Can I, sorry, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, go ahead, Lenny.
I really would like to see something in there about maintaining staff. And I'm not sure if anything really reflects that.
There's that investigating and
employer,
methods of
but that-
recognizing and rewarding staff achievement.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it, but I hear what you're saying.
I just need to make sure we maintain our staff, not because we can lose staff to Hanover and Lebanon pretty easily. So we need to have ways to.
That's part of remaining competitive, I think, isn't it?
I mean, I really read that as if we're a competitive employer, we're not only recruiting, but we're retaining. And if we're not competitive, then we're not retaining. So maintaining our competitiveness as an employer includes making sure that people who are here stay here because we're the best option for them. Notwithstanding, people make their own life choices. People
And
make choices.
isn't that also the preservation of institutional knowledge? Because you only get institutional knowledge through time.
Like, they could be documented though, right?
Well, that's saying leverage technology infrastructure.
But I think competitive is pretty broad. I mean, if you looked at it as like some competition and Lebanon PD is winning over resources, then for us to maintain, to be competitive as an employer is to make sure we don't lose those people in the first place. It's to keep them here, it's to retain them. So, I mean, I don't know.
It's really be nice to have something that really gets to the heart of the matter of staff retention.
Yeah, and I really think that is something I appreciate it. That's on all of your radars too, because that is on the department heads' radars every day is retention. It's a double-edged task. You will definitely see some things related to retention in the budget. We're already kind of batting around some ideas.
And do you want to just add a bullet like to, retain
staff
and reward staff or something, retain and recognize staff? I mean, I don't really.
Well, that last bullet.
Yeah, you could add
it to that.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Continue
Investing in, I don't know if you want to say, in ways to retain, recognize and reward staff. Period.
Yeah.
So you get rid of achievement and just have it. So you.
recognize and reward.
Okay, so I heard continue investing in methods of retaining, recognizing, and reward.
It's like a school project with 10 people on the same Google Doc.
We don't do this often. It's kind of nice.
I just think we need to make it a point to know that we are committed to retaining staff.
No, we agree. Yeah.
And there
I
were
think we all
really
agree.
fun things that help do that. This
I know,
is-
but within our guidance, we need to have that.
Sure.
Okay, logistical guidance.
Are you all fine with that fourth bullet point being
Still okay with
removed?
that? Yep. So logistical guidance, we're putting in a percentage or a number when it comes to the unassigned fund.
Sorry, Tracy, you have recognizing rewarding in that last bullet twice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I was wondering why it was
Anyone have a issue with the unassigned balance and having the actual percentage or the number spelled out? What was it before? Maintain a healthy.
it said healthy, and we've had lots of back and forth about best practices.
I believe, just to the percentage, the 10% number is striking my memory from last year, and our finance director saying that's where we'd want to be for a healthy unassigned fund balance at 10%.
Mhm.
So I'd be comfortable with that.
Yeah, I don't think we need the 1.8 million because we don't know what the proposed budget amount is gonna be.
So this is kind of what I'm seeing right there.
And I would say operating instead of operation,
Thank you.
or maybe 10% of the annual general fund operating budget.
Yeah, sure.
I'm fine with that. That's
Okay, so what's this? Consider a 3% increase and a higher increase if all needs are funded.
Was that in there before?
yeah, this is the same language as 23. And possibly the same
I thought
language
we
as
normally
22, 21, and 20.
Weren't
Some of
those
the stuff.
budgets more like a keep it at 3 or under?
Yeah, that
Because this sounds like let's do 3 and higher if
Yeah.
we can, which seems just to sort of turn on its head the guidance that we had at least during the COVID budgets. which
and I
was like,
think
keep it
too,
at
like
3.
the guidance changed as the different interims came in and out.
Mhm.
That's just what some of the handwritten notes I've been able to find
Okay.
indicate.
Why don't we just take that line out? Does anyone object to taking that? Because we're gonna, I mean, what will be helpful is when we are looking at proposed budgets is being sure that we know like what the increases were for previous years and what we're looking at. So like if suddenly we take this line out and then the proposed budget comes in at 8% more than last year or something like that, then we need the benchmark and the places, but we'll have that. That will be part of the presentation.
It would be helpful, I think the phrase "if all needs are funded" is overly vague. I think that it would be helpful because one of the last things that we do is kind of block in the change over time and present that to you all. And what we've done, we don't do like significant cuts at that point because we've already cut them before we've done all the data entry, is to say, oh, wow, let's try to get that down below blank %. So we're going to reduce materials and supplies by this much across the board or whatever. So it is kind of helpful to have some sort of benchmark if we're close to something and we want to make those minor adjustments. But I could also see a range.
Yeah, and whether or not it's still 3%, and I know I've only gone through one budget cycle so far, but that was sort of the asking folks with other institutional knowledge, that was sort of the sort of rule of thumb of 3%, because this is related also to, tax burden on folks. And so wanting to be super mindful of that. So whatever that percentage is, that whether it's 3% or if this year, if that's different, of like what would be a reasonable expectation on folks, on our taxpayers and community members in town, like that, I think that is good for us to know, whatever that percentage is.
When?
I struggle with this because while I want to maintain lower taxes for our citizens, I also see that 3% is not viable to gain staff as well and to take care of the needs of the town. We are still very short on staffing needs. And we're gonna have to look at somewhere down the line of getting a cemetery commissioner. And there's been recommendations made by the energy.
Dana, the
Dana,
environmental
right, Dana.
sustainability, I know, he has a
Yeah,
long
Dana,
title.
I'm sorry, I can't.
The environmental
Yeah,
guy, we can.
environmental guy to get a facilities manager. So these are positions that as a growing town, we're gonna have to consider. So I don't personally think that 3% is a viable solution for us. That's only gonna maintain what we currently have. It's not gonna gain us things that we need. And I'm hesitant to lay just 3%. And the other question I guess I have is I don't know whether I'm gonna tag team on what Tracy said, but who determines the needs when the needs are met? Because so I really think that we have a number there, but I'm gonna say 5%. Because we need to have growth in the town.
Is a 5% increase in budget?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
18, I think we were sitting at, it was 18 minus about 2 revenue base, so ballpark, I'm not gonna use my regular calculator because we're sharing a screen, so let's just say 16 million times 1.0.
Yeah, it's 800.
800,000.
Yeah,
But so,
thank you, Mike, for that.
Well, thank you, Rocket. You got it just before me.
well, so I guess my question is, shouldn't our goal be fund all needs? Just make sure all needs are funded, and maybe the needs are growing,
Well,
in which case the goal should be to have those needs funded, right? But if you say a 3% increase and a higher increase, if all needs are funded, that's additional to the needs being funded. It seems like we're overtaxing, right?
I think we should just remove this line.
I agree with that.
But I think also the department heads are, I mean, we need to be diligent, right? When the proposals come to us, the way the budget is shared with us, it's got the department heads requests, the town manager's request, and then it's gonna be select board like approved. So, I mean, we have really professional, valuable, like experienced department heads that are gonna give us budgets that they think they are requesting. And if we look at it each time and we say, oh, that's like 12%, I mean, we know inflation is happening. We know we're saying also that we want pay parity with neighboring towns, with the regional community. But I think it's just that, I think that number is gonna come in where it comes in at, and if we feel like it is too much, then that's what needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I agree with Kim on that. I mean, I don't like having necessarily a number in there. It seems sort of
But,
artificial, you
I
know?
don't want to disagree, but the problem is if we look at this like a blank checkbook, there's got to be I think there has to be some sort of guidance that the department heads can come back to us and say, this is because when you start giving them what it amounts to an open checkbook, there's wants coming into this and not just
Cash it
needs.
unless we sign it, right?
I know, but the point is that we have to identify the needs and the wants, and otherwise they'll just be coming to us with wants and saying their needs.
I mean,
And
this
that's
is our
why I
job-
would.
This is our job to distinguish, and you've seen several budgets.
I know, I sat through a lot of
I
them,
mean,
but
I don't see a lot of frivolous stuff being asked for, and I mean.
but yet there's still stuff cut every year.
Totally, yeah.
So then my
And
point is
that's our
though,
job, that-
but my point is if we give them a number that they come in under a 5%, 5% is a pretty generous increase in the budget. And that's a real good
It's
increase.
the way this is phrased, right? Because the if is what's confusing to me. If all needs are funded, why would we consider this increase? If it was consider both a 3% increase and a higher increase, to
Yeah, I don't like this line.
fund all these.
Why
I think we should just delete it out. I agree with you.
Consider limiting the budget to like a 5%.
That's what I'm perfectly.
Or
happy
getting
with
rid of it. I
5%.
don't really.
And sometimes
Fair
what
either
happens
way.
in other municipalities that are constrained by property tax is they know exactly how much they're gonna get in, so their department heads are actually looking to have to slash. Or other boards might say, this is the tax rate we're willing to go for, this is how much we're willing to approve, you all figure it out. And the department heads and the town manager have to, for better or for worse, argue over who gets more food on the plate that year, right? So it's nice actually that Hartford even says we need to do this work and we're willing to let the town staff back into that number, because there are places where they say, we don't care, come hell or high water, 3% or not, I don't care if you have to stop providing services, lay off staff, not buy things. This is all we're willing to do. So it's great that we're actually having this conversation because it shows how much the 7 of you care to back into that number. But you know, a part of this might have come from that different philosophy of this is how much you get, you guys figure it out. We're only going to increase the budget by this much, which would have been a very painful process because you would have seen staff. I mean, back in the COVID times, one of the town managers one of the interims did have like a flat budget and people were laying off themselves. Department heads were laying off themselves to make that work. So, you know, those are the realities of kind of what that number has meant in the past.
Tracy, maybe you could help us by just clarifying the point of that bullet point, like the intention of that bullet point.
I mean, I didn't write it. It's
okay.
kind of, I inherited it. I think that it did come from this is how much extra you're getting, town staff. You figure out what's
Okay.
worth it.
Because then if there's a higher increase, so you're saying 5% or not to exceed 5%.
Not to exceed 5%.
In order to fund the needs. I mean, when you say if all needs are funded, it sounds like after the needs are
Yeah,
funded.
it's
No.
poorly
I would
worded.
say-
I think we should
It's-
just delete this bullet point.
I still think we should have consider 5% increase to fund the needs.
That's fine.
It's fine. I mean, we can completely disregard that.
But-
actually
right,
vote
yeah,
on
it's
the
all
budget.
just-
And go lower, but it
Based
gives
on
them,
Or we go
consider.
higher.
it's a target. It's
Yeah.
just, it's a target.
But
That's the thing.
It's,
Do we-
it's also the budget that's increasing, not the tax rate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, expenses.
It's a target for somebody to shoot to. They may not hit inside of it, but let them shoot towards it, you know?
Okay.
Can I ask another logistical guy? So when,
You got that, Tracy?
Mhm.
email from the finance director about the long-term leases going into affecting the debt ceiling. So I'm wondering if that impacts logistical guidance in terms of like, those will still be in the operating budget. They're just going to be on a different page.
They're going to be on a different page. What this is going to set you up is a conversation again about where we want to use our credit, where we want to put our credit card. So for capital. So right now we're solely talking about tax-based income. That's another
I mean, it's all
conversation.
tax-based, isn't it? Because the tax base still pays.
The tax base pays for the debt,
Yeah.
but we're gonna start talking about that, your credit card limit.
All right, but we don't need to necessarily change our guidance based on that.
No, I double checked on that one as well.
Good.
All right, so we're down to detailed guidance. My feedback on the first line is this is detailed guidance about more specific things that you all want to see in terms of funding, analyzing and assessing increases in public safety call volume. We already monitor all of that through the CAD system. I'm not sure what a funding priority would be. And again, we all inherited these bullet points. So nobody has ownership. We're not telling anybody that their dog is ugly.
Well, I mean, I think that I don't know how much we actually do analyze it, but I think what serves this role is funding a community safety review, which I think can help do part of that analyzing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I would say detailed guidance would be fund community safety review.
We're funding that out of the current fiscal year.
Okay, then never mind.
Okay.
But I do think, I mean, like, basically my
Is that
budget
like
guidance
a-
notes are, sorry.
Sorry, no, I mean, is this like a budget bullet point? Analyze and assess the increase in public safety call volume?
These were things that came up in previous year where there were like there was a significant increase. I mean,
Yeah.
this was not my bullet, like wasn't, but it was like, okay, this is a concern. We want to be able to know what the call volume, like, why is it bigger? And who are what are the calls about? And we, there's still, they haven't been analyzed unless they have within the department. We haven't heard about it. That's quite possible. But I
Right.
do think community safety review can help guide that, and that might be part of.
Yeah, so you'll see down here, like prioritize funding items that apply to the cap, include funding for parking meters, ongoing work at the solid waste transfer facility. So these are more detailed guidance. These are specific things that are resting in your heart, in your head, where you want to emphasize to the staff. You might hear us come back and go, wow, this conflicts with that 5%. So what we did here was we tweaked it, or, we're going to give you a ballpark. And if you want to add it, that's where we're going to have to go. But these are things like what I heard was parking meters again. So we're going to pop that 200 some odd thousand back into the budget that we ended up pulling out last year. Things like that.
Sorry.
No, so I would love a little more concrete things where it's just like, this is something that's weighing on you that you want to make sure that we pay attention to. Whether or not you see it in the budget, we'll have an explanation for that. But it's, parking meters.
Are they
solid
back
waste
in there?
transfer.
Yeah, they are.
They are, instead of increased parking capacity, you guys kind of landed
Second to
on.
last.
Do we want this
Oh,
first
sorry, I was
bullet
on
in
that
there?
Do you want what?
The first bullet in there?
I don't know.
I don't even really understand.
I don't know what you guys want us to buy to, it,
Because these
We
seem
want
like you
a
mentioned, this
Community
is,
safety review, that's what we got. So it's
Yeah.
funded this year, so we can take it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can check that box.
Rocky, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, so this document is going to be circulated amongst department heads as they create their lists, right? Is this the opportunity for the select board to make specific budget requests to department by department then? Because it seems like if I was in, I don't know, some of these departments, I would look at some of the detailed guidance and say, okay, this is obviously not relevant to me. Is there another opportunity for us to be more specific, directed to those departments specifically? Because if that's the case, then I'm kind of in favor of just deleting this entire section and taking a couple of these things, like the implementation of the cap should be a broad guiding value, I think. As well as, what is it? Something about debt, was it in there? Oh yeah, prioritizing infrastructure that supports groundless growth. I mean, that seems to be cross-departmental, pretty broad guiding. I'm getting a little confused why that would be sitting right next to parking meters,
I think this is an opportunity to give detailed guidance. In theory, yes, we could organize it and put it by department, or put it like general and then to specific to department.
Okay.
But I don't like, so if we don't give any detailed guidance, so for example, if we don't give any detailed guidance, we don't want to wait for them to work really hard and prepare their budget draft proposal to give to us for us to say, oh, by the way, now I want you to fund like, a microtransit study or whatever. So it's now that we have the chance to give some specific things and just sort of as a board say like, okay, how do we want to give staff guidance on parking meters? We want to give staff guidance on, so I think this is an opportunity to say, here's some like specific things that we're interested in that aren't like capital projects, but that could be incorporated.
I think what you could hear me say tomorrow is, okay, everybody, here's kind of the general guidance. What they landed on was really their priorities for detail is the cap. Hey, Jeremy, they want to see parking meters back in. We need to talk about solid waste transfer facility and, let's add a big chunk of change for education or for, training, staff training. Let's put those in first. We're going to deal with this 5% thing. And we might have to say, in order to meet your detailed guidance priorities, what we did was we de-emphasized certain things over here. So, rather than here kind of down the line, oh, we want parking meters. And we're like, well, this just jack the tax rate up, or to do that, we'll have to remove guardrails. Excuse me. We know now that that's a priority for you guys. So we'll put that in kind of at the beginning. Balancing with staffing and percentages and all that kind of stuff. So it is helpful if there's something that you really do as a group want us to make sure that we at least propose in the beginning.
Okay.
Whether or not we all land on it, as we saw parking meters go in and out probably 67,000 times. That's for all of us to talk about over the winter, but at least know where that kind of lands in the beginning is helpful.
Landy, so if we're gonna go with detailed guidance and say what we really want to have in there, sidewalks, roads, water, and those basic infrastructure things. Those are all priority items.
So prioritize maybe that first bullet point, prioritize infrastructure, maintenance.
Exactly, that's key. Then this other one, you've got
Misspell maintenance.
the includes the emphasize investments that reduce debt. Kim may remember this is an Alan Johnson thing. You remember what that's about?
Which one are you looking at?
Emphasize investments that reduce debt.
TY5.
That's around from Alan Johnson. I don't even know what that means.
Take
I think we just take it out.
Yeah.
It could be like.
I don't have any idea what it means.
We don't know
You
what it
remember?
means.
Well, it could be like revenue generating assets, or it can be assets that create a long-term reduction in operating costs. So if it's like more efficient boilers or things like that, long-term, then that's going to be more cost saving to us. And therefore reduction of debt.
Yeah, well,
That
that's
sounds
where-
fun to me.
I have to say, I'm still not sure what I would say back to you that we did around that in terms of operating. I might say, but debt is different than expenses, so we might say, oh, we got a more efficient boiler for public works. That doesn't really reduce debt as much as it reduces operating expense.
Well, it does free capital off to debt.
It frees operating funding. Whether or not we spend that on debt or we spend it on, employees is kind of a different game. So I think I could lean on that reduce expenses. So kind of, I hear that not buying the cheapest thing if the next level up is going to last 10 years longer.
Yeah, you've got that in a higher bulletin, but further up.
I do,
Yeah.
you're right.
So I would take that one out if it were me, but.
Yeah, I'm fine taking that out. Anything
Let me
else
still
in
think,
this guidance? Kim?
It's more details, sorry. Because I think the way my brain operates is less, there are some things that I want, did the pay parity, so communications, I think for at this moment for the 23 budget, we're using the small amount of funds that we have that Sarah talked about doing we're talking about developing a communications plan. We need to fund a communications strategy, I think. So I would like communications to be a strong part of our detailed guidance for 24.
Does anybody see that in addition to or in exchange for a town branding and marketing plan? Or is that two separate things for all of you?
I think
They're separate,
I
aren't
think
they?
they could be combined, but I think communication, like marketing and branding is not a public information officer. It's not facing public facing communication strategy, if not an actual position. So I feel like community safety, public safety, communications, these are things that I'm hearing. If we had a word cloud for comments from the public, emails from the public, I feel like communication and community safety are huge concerns that need improvement. I would like us to not then come up with our potential proposal from tech saying, here are some things you can do, and us saying, oh, well, we missed the opportunity to fund them.
Are you speaking about communications in terms of transparency?
Yeah, and yes, and among many other things, including another thing I was thinking is that we want to, sorry, my notes are all over the place here. Basically funding, looking at our whole website through a lens of equity. We HCOREI has had a policy working group, but we've all acknowledged that we don't have the professional qualifications to really look at all the town's policies through a lens of equity. But, and I do, again, I think this namely software has templates that can help us improve those things. But yes, if we had a communication strategy, and this is not my strength, clearly, because I'm having a hard time even articulating these sentences, and I am exhausted too. But yes, I think a better.
Some of the things, Joe was here talking about revaluation, and Joe and I said, if we had a magic wand and somebody up on the 3rd floor, there would be a series of short videos like, hi, I'm Joe Turner. I'm the assessor, and I'm here today to talk to you about revaluation. And we would do a more, a lot of times communications plans say, you should ideally push out in these different venues 3 informational and 3 educational posts each month, and 2 kudos for staff. Being able to do that work and have it kind of automatically roll to where the town is either providing information, education, or just a positive push onto somebody's communication platform is consistent in wording. Having a photo bank, we don't have a photo bank. If I'm like, hey, I need a cute picture of somebody from Public Works fixing a sidewalk, there's nothing like that. So a communications plan could even say, we're going to hire someone to make sure that we have good, clear, high-res photos that represent every department and represent every staff, rather than us kind of going back on the same half a dozen photos that we have.
So we want to say something like invest in improving communications between the town and residents, or invest in a communications plan.
I mean, I could say invest in town external communications.
What do you call this person that does this work though?
I mean, if we funded a full position, it could be a communications director.
Yeah, when you look at like job descriptions, external communications, marketing director, public communications, it's a little bit different than a public information officer, because often that's tied to like emergency push outs. So they're attached to the emergency operations and the emergency management plan. So you'll see marketing director is a little funky for a municipality, but external communications, public communications, those are the 2 that I see the most as somebody who works in a municipality to do that work, interfacing with the residents in a cohesive manner. And oftentimes we'll sit in and say, oh, I hear the pool's opening. I'm going to go walk down to Public Parks and Rec and make sure that they have everything they need for all of the information, that the graphics look the same for everybody, and that we're pushing it out on all of our platforms. And do you need anything for the grand opening? And do you have people speaking? Which we do as well as we can, but it's very ad hoc and very reactionary at this point. I mean, there's a lot of like, oh no, did we do that thing? So, that's kind of where I could see a more robust external communications process happening.
And it might be that this, whatever, meeting that need doesn't necessarily mean it's a full position. But if we get recommendations for ways that we can, as a town, improve communications, it probably is going to cost some money. And whether it's, software or something like that. So I just want us to consider it as a need for improvement. And we can, we'll see what's comes back with, what Tracy comes back with, and if we decide it's not something we want to pay for, then we don't. But
So phrase it as far as a fund, how are you going to say phrase it?
Well, we don't have specifics of what to fund yet.
I think I'm hearing you change that word to fund town external communications, just to match everything else.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at.
Okay.
I still have a couple of.
Well, may I comment on this last chat here? I think a communications position would be really valuable. I think that you have a lot going on, and just having someone that can serve as a conduit to help communicate some of those things externally would be a great benefit. I would personally love to see that public information, that crisis team or the emergency team wrapped into that, because it almost makes more sense that if citizens are going to be feeding information from one place, that it's there. I think that I personally find have grown slightly uneasy with the 2 central Facebook pages as modes of conversation being privately managed by individuals. I think that there should be at least be some public alternative to that. I don't know if that's through the listserv or through, again, a communication.
is
We have
official
a
town
municipal
Facebook
Facebook
page?
page. Yeah, for
Yeah.
Hartford.
Is that the town meeting one?
No, oh, no.
We don't have, so it's inappropriate for the town to manage a group.
Oh, okay.
We have a page where
Oh,
we just
right, right,
push out information.
Okay.
Facebook
So-
groups as a whole and social media groups.
Because that
that's-
allows for like democratic participation in it.
There's a lot of feedback on our ability to maintain that with regard to our own requirements around open meeting and public records.
Sure. So point being though, that I do think there's a great benefit for us having stronger communications. And I think that would probably be best served by extra hands.
The place for that, all that, I mean, we talked about this before, it was Kathy Melisic's recommendation. All of the information goes on the town website. Anything that gets pushed to Twitter or Facebook or whatever leads people back to the website. That's where the original source of any communications is. That's where it should be. Like, this is gonna be like, I think, the first layer of, we don't just put something on the Parks and Rec website or Facebook page. You don't just put something on, you put it on the website, and that's where you tweet it and you send people a link back.
I don't know if I fully agree with that, because there's some things that are like worth a tweet, but like to ask someone to put it on the website is like a whole extra set of steps that may not be worth it. But I don't know. In any case, communications broadly, I am not as convinced about funding a branding and marketing plan. I'm very skeptical about that bullet. I know that there are Woodstock VT, they have an amazing Instagram account. They have a very robust program there. It's debatable as to whether or not that actually brings people. I don't know, right? You've seen some communities do it really well, and I think Woodstock might be a great case of that. And then Rutland did one, I don't know, a number of years back and burned 6 figures on it, and I don't think had any return.
But remember, like, this is,
So
we argued this out during the actual process. We had parking meters in and out like 3 different times last.
Oh, I
budget
see.
cycle, you know, I mean, we can have those conversations about whether a marketing plan really makes any sense, and well, majority may think it's not a good idea, right? But we'll have those.
What you might hear us is say, okay, we put a branding and marketing plan in there for you guys and it's $250,000. Where's your taste for that? And you all say, that's not our taste. That's not what we
Yeah.
want to fund that. And we say, okay, or here's a, okay, so maybe next year, or it's something like that. I just put out a large number. I'm not saying that's what it would cost.
Let's talk about that further.
Sure.
Okay, I think my last thing, I would like, as we've been talking about, I have been talking a lot for about 3 years now about some sort of alternative crisis team. I would like us to start looking at funding the development of that. And we're gonna have a community safety review at some point. Do we have the status of the RFP?
Sorry.
I'll ask you tomorrow.
Okay, I was like,
I mean,
I'm like focused on making sure that you guys do these last few bullet points. So I just lost my train of thought, but that's okay. I'm talking to Sarah as soon as she's available to get her perspective, because I don't have a lot of
Oh, that's right.
institutional knowledge.
So basically, I've got a note here, fund the development and implementation of an alternative crisis response team to work in collaboration with Hartford's local law enforcement. So that's a desire I have to fund. I don't know what it looks like yet, but I love the, public safety departments to consider that in their detailed guidance. Does anyone object?
Do you object?
Well, I don't know if I put that objection, I would comment that I would really like to see whoever we get for a new chief come aboard and see if they have any ideas towards something that that might be, because they might have a way to do it, without creating a whole new.
For sure, we're talking about the 24 budget, and if we don't put anything in toward this effort, it could be that whoever, it would be amazing. I can't imagine that we're gonna have a new chief before this budget cycle starts. We don't, it would be amazing. I hope we do, but regardless, we're talking about the 24 budget, and if we get to the 24 budget and we have a new chief who wants to do something totally different than that, at least they've got some funds to kind of like work with that were allocated toward something along those lines, or it gets encumbered and it doesn't get used, or it gets put back to the general fund. But I don't want us to get to like you know, August of 2023, or August of 2024 for that matter, and say, well, yeah, we've been talking about this thing for 5 years, but we didn't fund it. And I think we got to try.
I think it's a great argument and I'm supportive of this.
Thank you.
Like I said, you know, we'll hash it out, you know, when we actually see it, you know, but I don't think there's any reason to keep it out of this, you know, I mean, it seems like.
Yeah, the only question I would have is that we have a part-time person that coordinates that kind of stuff now, and where's that gonna fall in terms of that, her position in terms of
You mean the peer support advocate or
Yeah.
the social worker?
the peer support advocate, or
Yeah,
what do we
no.
call it? What do we call it now with the
No,
police department?
that is not, it's a contracted position with HCRS, like what we had hoped would be a position that would ultimately develop a program. Isn't, that's not what their job description is now.
I think it's worthy of a further conversation
Yeah.
to explore the merits of it, and we can figure out those details.
Even if it's a
or it'll be
reserve
future.
Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's a reserve fund that we set up for you know, alternative response program that needs to be developed, but we at least start seeding it so that we can at least, you know, and I bet there will be grant funding and stuff for it
I mean, I
too.
know the whole discussion first started out with like a town nurse, and then it went to a crisis intervention person.
Yeah, I
and
mean, it's
then
evolving.
dwarfed into.
And
some-
it's slow.
Lebanon has a human services director.
We
Sometimes
have a
I,
human services department.
Yeah.
someone else, I
They also
think,
have a $36 million budget.
yeah, well, they have strip malls. Commercial taxation is a really easy way to kind of bolster your budget. But right now, what I just wrote is fund increase non-swarm community safety response staff. Wow, that's a lot of words altogether. You can tell we're hitting the double digits here at 10 o'clock. I think.
That's fine with me.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, with this, I mean, with the detailed guidance, if we're gonna go through and hash all these out, would it be helpful for us to just all send in our wish lists and?
That's what we're supposed to do
Yeah.
for tonight.
We have to do it tonight,
Right.
really.
And so beyond that, then, I mean, I know that you're adding this on, but then I guess beyond that,
I'm sorry.
should we just let it go?
Well,
Remember when I was saying, we
sent
need
out
to
an
do our
email.
homework?
Yeah.
Like, to have this session, we need to do our homework and we need to bring the things to this
Yeah.
that we wanted to add. So right now, I'm going through my list of the
Oh, I
things
see,
that I
okay, we're
wrote down.
still, okay.
And I apologize for getting, I am physically and emotionally really exhausted. And I'm just going to put, so another one, fund ongoing efforts to support the improvement on Gate Street, Fairview Terrace roadway for one-way traffic and pedestrian access. So that's me saying, I do want to fund the engineering or design.
We have 100K in engineering this
For
year.
23, okay. Improve, replace sidewalks on Bridge Street and North Main Street from Courier to Church Street. So that's sidewalks, like Lanny said, do we have that in there already?
We have prioritized infrastructure maintenance, for example, roads and sidewalks. I think you want to rely on staff to tell you kind of where they want to
Oh, yeah,
triage.
definitely. So public works, totally.
Okay, and we've heard about these so much. This is a capital fund robust leadership and DEI training for select board and department heads, as well as ongoing DEI training opportunities for town staff.
We have, I mean, if we want to be that specific, but there is select board education development and equity inclusion
Okay.
education and
Yeah,
strategic
that's
planning already in there, so.
Yeah.
Perfect. Fund a consultant to review town policies through an equity lens.
I'm going to tell you right now, at 5%, like we're through the roof just on this list right now.
Well, I mean, I guess my question is, can we just add your whole list onto this? You know, I mean, is there,
No, because we have to have the
No.
board's consensus. This is why,
but there were some things like the branding and marketing plan, like, I'm not on board with that. But then we're not negotiating that one out, right? So I'm happy to just let those things go and just also to let your things all get on there. And then we just hash
I
out
see
when
what
it comes
you're
to budget time. That's what I just mean. It's like to spare you the effort of going through all this, where we're gonna just sort of say like, yeah, we should at least talk about these
I
things.
think
right?
I've gotten out all the ones that I
Okay.
feel are genuine priority for me. I apologize.
Tracy, if you were to give it a wild card guess, would you say we're like at 8%?
I mean, I'm looking at, just looking down this list, and I cleared the comments so that way we could look at this. Infrastructure maintenance, $1 million.
It's a priority. I mean, I just.
climate action plan, just looking at what Dana gave you guys a couple of weeks, what, 500,000, 1 million? Solid waste transfer facility, dear God, I don't
Well, it's
even
capital
know.
too.
That's an enterprise
Yes.
fund, but the enterprise fund isn't gonna fund that, so we're gonna have to talk about where else that comes from, and I don't know if it would be considered a capital where you could bond. Funding for parking meters, 250,000. I don't know what Amherst did for Crest, which is their non-sworn community safety response, but they've got 4 or 5 staff members.
That was, I couldn't think it was like up to like 40 or 50K.
Yeah, each person.
Oh, sorry, not the public safety review. Sorry.
No, I meant
Never
like
mind.
the entire program, staff leadership.
Yeah.
I'm
Probably
sorry, but we
10.
gotta look at fixing the brakes before we work on that dent in the hood. You know, we gotta fix what's broken.
So, I mean, this is a pretty substantial list. You're probably gonna hear a lot of, well, this is what we ended up with. Because right now, you know, I mean, a marketing branding, 20K, 40K, 20K, those are the smaller ones in terms of the grand things.
I think we want to, right, we want to, some of this, don't we, we want to get all of our sort of priorities in. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we're going to look at it, we're going to say, how much does this increase the tax on someone who's got $250,000 house? How much more is it than last year, you know? And then we say, get rid of that, you know, or do this, or reallocate this. And then we come up with an increase in a tax rate that we think is acceptable, you know?
The other aspect is, I feel like, so if we don't start putting these things on paper in the queue, it's something we have aspirations to do. And then it's like a new thing. Like if it's on the page, it's not a new thing. And if it doesn't get funded this year, you know, 24, maybe it'll get funded 25 or something like that. But that this is particularly the community safety and the communication stuff is a priority for me. And I don't feel like these are new asks. I feel like this is like me kind of asserting it a little bit more, recognizing how long it can take and how much things can cost, and then nothing's getting any cheaper. And so
I think you have consensus support here. Just, you know, I mean, let me speak for myself. I'm very supportive of those things. I mean, I think you just wholesale putting your list onto this, and then of course there'll be a conversation with the department heads. I think it's good to have aspirational things that won't make it in the final budget, but at least we've had that consideration conversation through the process.
Are we happy with what we've got right now with these changes and edits? Or are we okay with it, that this can be a basis for us to do the actual number crunching, and the meetings we're gonna have? People feel comfortable with the guidance?
I do. I would just wonder, Tracy, like, does this feel like this is plenty to give staff guidance? And
this is more than plenty. And I think we're all kind of sitting at the same place where you might hear us say, this is where we're going to have, you know, this is kind of where we're going to land. The good news is a lot of the detailed guidance is stuff and not people, because those are the most difficult for us to calculate, because they run into so many GL codes that to put those in and take those out is fraught with error to keep going back and forth. So for these things, these are more concrete to say, we would like to put in this much for this, and it's sitting in one spot. And if we debate on it, we can pull it out quick. We can adjust quickly enough to not be recalculating workers' comp rates on a staff member, which is.
I almost hate to ask this question, Mr. Chairman, but do we want to prioritize these?
How do you mean?
Like
In
the
order?
detailed guidance?
In order?
No, I don't really want to, unless the majority of the board does. If the majority wants to do that, I will certainly.
I think staff can prioritize them.
yeah, and some are gonna relate to different departments.
Yeah, because remember, you look at the detailed guidance, then you go back to like the higher level values, like what's really important, climate action, you know, things like that. Like, so I think they're gonna have a sense of where they slot in, you know, some of these specific items.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, infrastructure.
You got to fix the brakes before you fix the dent.
I agree. So do we need a motion for this? Or?
You know what, I think I'm feeling that we're okay with this, and tomorrow morning the staff's gonna get an email, and I'll encourage them to just kind of listen in on what you guys decided, and we'll go from there.
Go from there, and then remember, we have the busy work of the budget meetings, and that's where we can, you know, fight everything out if we want. All right, Rocket, you're back just in time because we're moving on. So the reallocation of general funds for the Bugbee Senior Center, and we know this has been on our agenda since late June when two people came in and they asked for some ARPA funding for this. And we talked about it and we recognize that this is a priority, get them the money sooner than later. We talked about sort of reallocating from this budget, opening it up, and moving stuff from one place to another. The easier way that Tracy mentioned is we don't open up necessarily this budget that's only been in place for 6-7 weeks. And we use ARPA funds, which was kind of our original plan. And then we just vote out 80,000 in ARPA funds to the Bugbee Center to whomever could get them their doors. Rocket.
As the board knows, and as the town knows, I have been a strong advocate for the Bugbee Senior Center getting these doors. This number is too high. It's way too high. And I have had extensive conversations with Mark Bradley, the director at Bugbee Senior Center. And I actually reached out to, funny enough, the general manager of the Putney Co-op. I was down there and they had these very simple handicap doors with the button opened up. And I just said, how much do these cost? It's a very simple unit that they attach to their existing door.
Okay.
And the conversation with Mark Bradley, the numbers kept going up. Kim asked me to ask him for a general assessment. It went from $14,000 for the hardware plus installation to, in this email exchange with the co-op, I got an invoice. I saw an invoice for like a Portland glass, $35,000, and then didn't get answers back from that when I acquired why $35,000, and now I'm seeing $80,000. Meanwhile, the co-op, and now they got their doors in 2017, so five years back with inflation. It's a very simple mechanism. Now, I think maybe the difference between what my perspective on this is and what the director, Mark Bradley's, is on this, is that I think that we should get mechanized doors that would at least allow for easily accessible entry and exit to and from the building. That does not put Bugbee Senior Center, that alone does not put it into ADA, full ADA compliance. I am personally not advocating and have not been advocating for the full ADA compliance. I think that just as a start, because I think it's a bigger project, and then we start talking about all the other needs of that building. I think that just what I have been advocating for is really just simply a button so that people can get in and out. Now, with that solution, the Putney Co-op, the number that they gave me for each of their units was just under $2,000, $1,500 plus, plus installation. So about $2,000. That's just for the simple mechanism, which actually recharges when people normally open and close that door, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's tough for me because it's like, I to be honest, I feel a little bit frustrated because I feel like I went to the Bugbee Center a few times and I feel like I've really gone to bat. And this number is, in my opinion, wildly high for the solution that I'm seeking for this intermediary step. And not that it's going to fully fix everything, but just a humane patch, let's say.
Right. From what I've done for research on this, anyone that's going to install these doors, which are an ADA compliant door, has to have the rest of the project maintain ADA compliability. And to have a firm install these, the accessible area where these doors are installed has to meet that ADA compliance. So that means that they're going to have to widen the room and lengthen a little bit that door, inside door. So that's $80,000 is not that much to cover that cost involved in it, because they're going to have to take some of the room out. Some of the wall, as you went to the building, you've been in there, into the building, the room on the door on the left between the two doors, that wall there is going to have to be pushed out. They're going to have to extend the entrance out a little bit. So $80,000 is really not that much with what they're going to have to do to ensure that they can have a company that is ADA certified, put in ADA compliant doors. And I don't think you're going to get a company to do that unless the project is ADA compliant. That's the holdback with that, and why the $80,000.
Sure, I understand that.
Did the Bugbee director give any, I mean, did this estimate just come through a verbal estimate to you, Rocket? Did he submit anything?
This is the estimate that he gave me to bring all 4 of those doors into ADA compliance. And it is based off of the cost, which was significantly more than $2,000 for us to do these doors when we originally did them. And so this is the estimate that he gave me to bring all 4 of the doors into full compliance. And part of what Lanny is saying is true, is that the frame of those doors is actually narrower than code at this point. So to do that work would require reframing those doorways. So is
there a contractor that will, like, that, does that estimate come from someone who can actually do the work?
So at $80,000, we'd have to put this out for an RFP. And so again, most contractors, if you cold called them and asked them for a quick estimate, they're not calling you back. So this was just Mark looking at, what the cost was for us to do these doors with the push buttons, general cost of doing business right now with contractors and supplies. I mean, wood is incredibly expensive right now. So to reframe anything is a lot of money.
So can we do it, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask, do we have to do all 4 doors?
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, we're having a conversation if we keep throwing this acronym around about being ADA compliant, and I don't know what the criteria is. I think that Mark and I meet monthly, and I think that at this point, anything would be great, knowing that if it's too low and he can't get anything for that price, then we've had a number of long conversations for nothing.
So I think that the 4 doors that are mentioned are the 2 from the parking lot in and the 2 bathroom doors.
Right.
Those are the 4 doors. And if, I'm sorry, I'm gonna.
Because I thought originally, when I was talking to people, that it was mostly, it didn't have anything to do with bathrooms. It had to do with it. They're coming in with things in their hands.
But if we're gonna have a senior center, we should spend the money.
Oh, no.
Restrooms, yeah. I'm willing to make a motion to spend $80,000.
Are we comfortable with the number, or do we want to hear like from Mark?
Well, can we do it to say a maximum of the select board allocate up to, or a maximum?
Up to $80,000, yes.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Yeah, you could do that. That's fine. These are just proposed
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
measures.
to make a motion.
Okay, Lanny?
Make a motion, the select board allocate $80,000 to the Bugbee Senior Center from ARPA funds to fund the installation and associated project cost of handicapped accessible doors.
Friendly amendment, either up to or a maximum of?
To a maximum of, I'll accept the friendly amendment.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ally, discussion.
Well, I want to be clear that I am fully supportive of Bugbee Senior Center becoming ADA compliant, for sure. I think, I don't know, it's a little uneasy that I got a series of numbers that grew and grew and grew.
We're not talking about just doors.
I understand that, but Laney, I went there several times, and I have, I had a conversation where it was 14,000, then it turned to 35,000, and now it's 80,000. I am completely supportive of this being 80. I mean, I hammered at this week after week. I definitely want the seniors to be able to appreciate and enjoy this in a comfortable way. But I think I have a little sticker shock, I guess, and I think a little more explanation might be worthy of that, because I'm looking at, and I should have forwarded this to everyone, but I'm looking at basically it's a job name, sort of not quite an RFP, but a scope of work document that's from Portland Glass.
Wait, is this for the co-op?
Nope, this is for Bugbee Center.
Oh, okay.
That was dated March 17th.
It's analogous with the.
Right, so I just asked because I saw those little hinges and I said, well, this seems like a workable solution, at least for the temporary, as a patch until maybe, because it might be next budget year, whatever. So I just inquired. But I have this Portland Glass, it's not quite an invoice, but it's a job scope. It's for $35,000, and I know this is for 5 fiberglass doors, 2 which are powered, and then when we start talking about the reconstruction of the vestibule, I mean, I think it's like a pretty big project that we're just greenlighting using ARPA. I don't know. I mean, I'm not opposed to this, but it's suddenly not sitting most easily with me.
We got a motion and a second discussion, Dan?
Can I just ask that we vote on this and move this forward? And you can
Please.
choose however you'd like to, if you support it or no, but I mean,
Sure.
this is your agenda item that's been on here.
I
forever,
know, it's
and,
true.
You know, this is what we have from the experts and you didn't share any of that with us, so we're basing this on
Fair.
information we have. And like Lanny said, they may not spend the $80,000. So this is our chance to say, yes, I support this, vote yes. If you don't feel it's the right number, then vote no.
One more time. I mean, is it correct in thinking that the finance director is not going to issue payment for anything that is not the cost of the doors being upgraded?
Yeah.
Right, so it's not like he can be padding this and spend the extra money on something that's not doors for handicapped.
And remember, anything over a total cost of 20K, and I don't know how this is gonna roll out, we'll have to go through an RFP process and you will have to approve a contract.
Call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
You can't abstain.
This is your motion. This is you.
I didn't make the motion.
Well, no, I know, but you brought.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I
Six zero one.
Look, I performed my duty, which is to bring this to vote, which is what I did,
I
right?
apologize. I was rethinking recuse. I think I was thinking you were recusing yourself and you can't participate in the conversation, but I guess you can and then abstain.
So
my
passed, right?
It's
Yeah.
601, Rocket abstaining.
Can I abstain? Is that okay?
Yes.
May I?
All right, our next thing is response to the complaint of an alleged open meeting law violation. This was in the packet. You saw there was a charge by a citizen that the Hartford Energy Commission violated the open meeting law. As you see, there's a letter that was sent back from us finding no violations of the open meeting law. It did mention, though, that when we purported to change the commission from 7 to 5 for a quorum, that the commission is at 7 in the charter. So we can't really do that. Like that won't take effect. We just don't have authority to do it. But what we can do is, what's our motion? Accept the letter? Issue it?
Approve the attached letter for your signature, and then also somebody should make a motion to rescind the action taken on July 12th for the Hartford Energy
All right,
Commission.
so we'll take,
Inadvertent
we
mistake
could
of
get
my
one
own.
whole motion, probably. One, that we approve the attached letter for the select board signature. And second, that we rescind our actions purporting to change the membership of the Hartford Energy Commission. Or we rescind our action changing the membership of the Hartford Energy Commission, because we don't have the authority.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I move that we approve the letter dated August 23rd to Remington Nevin regarding the allegations of violations of open meeting law. And also that the select board rescind the motion of July 12th relating to the number of members of the Hartford Energy Commission.
I second that.
You got a second? Discussion? All
Mary.
I second.
Mary second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Yep.
Aye. All right, that's unanimous. We can do the, oh wait, we got commission reports. I'll start with Kim and.
Sorry, I've had my hands full and haven't been to a committee meeting.
That's fine. Dan, Mary?
No.
Ally,
Not since last week.
Rocket,
No, sir.
Manny.
There was a charter committee and I had a doctor's appointment, so I couldn't make it. So.
Okay, now I've got nothing. Wow, this is fantastic. All right, we're going for the
This is what
consent agenda.
happens.
There's something that has to be added to the consent agenda, and I'll hand it to Dan, because he usually makes that motion. And that's amongst everything else, that the select board amend the approval for the select board chair to sign the AP manifest dates August 5th and the payroll manifest dates August 11th to correctly reflect the dates of those documents. And I guess that's because I misdate, but I can give you that.
It's all, yeah, if we read that, then we're all in the clear with the auditors.
Okay, because I signed the wrong date one or something.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Less than an intention.
We went to executive session last night. Do we, if we have a tentative second, a follow-up with the evaluation facilitator on the 13th of September? Does that need to be warned as a executive session because it's personnel related, or?
I don't think so. I think we've just added them to the agenda when necessary.
But there's no other meeting.
It's a special meeting.
Oh, it's a special
Go
meeting.
ahead and approve that meeting date.
Okay.
9:13.
Yeah.
9:13.
Yeah,
Thank you, Kim.
What time?
Six.
great.
Can you
Dan.
start with?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve payroll ending 8/20/2022, approve meeting minutes of 8/15, 8/16/2022, approve the AP manifest of 8/19/2022 and 8/23/2022, approve the additional meeting date of 9/13, and the select board amend the approval of for the select board chair to sign the AP manifest dates of August 5th and the payroll manifest dates August 11th, 2022 to correctly reflect the dates of those documents.
I second.
Okay, got a second from Rocket. All those in favor, say aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay, I'll take the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Wait, we didn't do a second. We didn't do
Oh, wait.
Kim,
Ally Kim.
Ally first, Kim second.
Aye. All right.
Aye.
Say aye.